District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown. District 7 Councilwoman Linda Pritchett. City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. And City Manager Sharon D. Subadon. A city on the rise.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our brand new City Hall here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia 30336. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Our City Council work session, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, as well as the general public at large. This is a roll call for the January 28th City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. Present. The Honorable Carmelita Gumbs, District 2. Present. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Present. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Present. The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Present. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Present. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item. And can we go ahead and bring one of these cues up on the screen? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gumbs.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. We would like to make an amendment to the agenda, and that would be removing presentations A and B, A for International Travel and Sister Cities Program, and then also to the reconsideration of state legislative priorities. We touched on that on yesterday, so we are asking to have those presentations removed at this time.
I'm going to ask that we take those separately. I attempted to make this presentation 2 weeks ago and was interrupted, so I put it back on the agenda so that we could try and do it this time. Madam Attorney, can we take the motions for each of these items separately?
I need to add.
I just want to check in with our city attorney first.
Yes, Mayor, I need to add some items.
Councilman Willis, you'll have to release your mic so that the city attorney can respond to the question that we have just asked.
To answer the question, can they be taken separately? They can, but what will control is the person who made the motion.
Okay. All right. There has been a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I do have discussion. I'm again going to ask that the Sister Cities presentation stay on their agenda, not only because we've been working diligently on it, but we have several guests that have flown here from around the world, from Paris, from Cote d'Ivoire, and other points. So I would like to make sure that they have a chance to make their presentations. All right. The chair recognizes Councilman Willis. We do need this queue up. I'm hearing that people are in the queue, but I can't see it. Thank you.
With all due respect, Mayor, I followed the legislative process, and you took my item off of the agenda when it was agreed upon with the city attorney, city manager, and clerk because of one council member asking you to do so. And so we will be adding that back to the agenda to give the city attorney an opportunity to talk about the changes that she's making regarding events and legal documents. And then we will also be adding to the agenda the 3 items that you chose to put on regular agenda separately, so that we can have a presenter come and speak to the itinerary for the pageant, because most of us are getting, annoyed. You can't take one and pass it down, that you keep putting this on the agenda. So Mrs. Attorney Kelly has come up with a process that is going to work for everyone going forward. And the plan that was discussed with you in your agenda meeting is that we were going to have a work session to discuss this and put these items on the agenda. So I will be adding along, making the, adding the discussion concerning PSAs, waivers. Here's another one if you need one. Waivers, certificate of insurances, and MOUs, and the itinerary for Ms. South Fulton and Deidre Brown, or is Dr. Lovey here yet? Will be here to present. Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions or comments? All right, seeing and hearing none, I don't have time to address all of the untrue accusations that were just made, but a group of us worked very diligently on this agenda, and this was the agenda that we came up with. We recorded the agenda meeting. I'm going to make sure that you all have that 3-hour recording. It was a 3-hour meeting. And with that, Mr. Clerk, let's take this vote in the queue. Oh, I'm sorry, there is someone new in the queue. I can only call the people that I see. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to go on record by saying I'm really uncomfortable with us as a city inviting people to travel great distances to come and work with us when we're hearing this information as a council for the first time. A few minutes ago, actually. And so I want to implore you again, Mr. Mayor, that work with the team that you have, not the team that you want, because we're here. I actually support some of these international things, but it's how they're being executed that I have an issue with, really. And so I wanted to say, if the people who have traveled here, this have obviously been known for a while, and was never mentioned to this council that we're going to be having special guests, and special guests who are traveling from around the world to be here with us, and the purpose for which they're going to be here. And even though that might or could be revealed in a presentation, I don't think that is the right approach if we're playing as a team. We should have a strategy. We should know what is happening, and we should all give input. Because at the end of the day, we, the 7 council members here, are the one that's going to vote and make certain decisions, and we are the ones that are accountable to the citizens of this city as to how we use and spend and allocate their money. So I just want to make that and put that on the record.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. So once again, there have been lots of accusations about international travel. There's been lots of calls for me to offer an explanation to the citizens. I am trying again for the second council meeting in a row to offer some information and context. I will ask my colleagues to please take that into consideration. Mr. Clerk, let's take this vote in the queue. Mr. Clerk, would you restate the motion?
Yes, we have a motion by Councilmember Gum, seconded by Councilmember Willis, to remove from the work session agenda item A and B under city manager's items. Also, to remove items A and B under presentations. There also was an addition to the agenda to have a presentation by Attorney Kelly on MOUs, PSAs, COI, and waivers. And did I hear a second one regarding events?
Can someone please? Yes, we have a presentation from Ms. Deidre Brown concerning the itinerary for Ms. South Fulton. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So when the motion was first made, I heard one thing. We go in discussion and I heard things that sounded like a motion. However, the motion was on the floor and this was just discussion. So, as Councilwoman Williams-Brown asked the clerk to restate the motion, I believe the only motion that I heard was made by Councilwoman Gums. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, that is correct. The motion was made by Councilmember Gums, and there were amendments, my understanding, from Councilmember Willis.
So my question then for the attorney is procedurally, if there is a motion on the floor and there is a discussion of that motion, can an amendment be made in the midst of that discussion?
There can be a motion to make an amendment before the vote is carried on the initial motion.
During discussion?
Yes.
Is everybody clear what we're voting on? Mr. Clerk, could you restate the motion again?
Yes, what I had was the removal of items A and B under city manager's items, as well as items A and B under presentations. Oh, that's not.
Somebody has, okay. The motion is to remove items A and B under presentations. The city manager items still would remain. And then there were amendments. So if you want to take my motion separately and allow Councilwoman Willis to add her motion, that's fine. But my motion is to remove items A and B under presentations and the reconsideration of state legislative priorities, because we also took care of that as well. We don't necessarily have a sister cities program. I understand that these individuals did travel, but again, as Councilmember Sebastian spoke, we were unaware that they will be here today presenting any information to us. You have an opportunity, Mayor, to discuss your issues wherever you deem fit, but this is about doing the people's business and not for you to explain your international hiccups.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams.
We were restating the motion.
The chair, that's me, recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Willis, so that we can just keep all of the motions clean, would you be amenable to letting us carry Councilwoman Gums' motion and then come back and carry your motion as a separate one so that we just have clarity on what it is specifically that we are stating, so we don't have any additional hiccups later on down the road about what we've actually voted on?
I don't know, what are we doing now?
So Councilmember Gums restated her motion, which was the removal of only items A and B under presentations.
All right, is there a second? It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote in the queue.
Vote is open. Councilman, okay. That motion is approved, 5-2.
All right, is there another motion?
Yes, I would like to add to the agenda, Attorney Kelly's discussion regarding the PSA, MOUs, certificate of insurances, and, it was one more thing, waivers, relative to Ms. Fulton, and then I have Ms. Deidre Brown to explain the itinerary in regarding to Ms. Fulton. Thank you. That's my motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I do have a question for Attorney Kelly. Attorney Kelly, you wanted to discuss this in the work session?
I don't have a preference either way. As a city attorney, I don't pick where on the agenda it goes. But I don't mind answering questions and giving the presentation to explain why this is necessary.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. I will take this vote in the queue.
Vote is open. Vote is closed. That motion was approved, 6-1.
Okay. Before we continue, I do want to apologize to my guests who came here from around the world by way of Colorado. They're also doing international programming in the Colorado State Legislature. So Mr. Diaby, CEO and founder of Repat Africa, Asatio Traore, Repeat Africa's head of public relations, Laura Pembile, the CEO of Sahel Co-Living, Eric Ballier from Akelbion Entertainment, and Oliver Annette Negason, co-founder of the Akelbion Summit, and Jules Decombe, Olympic Games manager for Station Afrique and director of the Mayor's Association of Ile-Saint-Denis, Paris. Thank you so much for coming. I will meet with you shortly in our office. I will say that I am very dismayed by the actions of this council. This is the second time that I have attempted to broach this topic to answer publicly all of the accusations that were made in this same meeting, to come back to the same forum. We worked for about 3 hours to plan this agenda. Our Outlook emails are not, they can't carry a file. They can't carry a 3-hour video file. But I do have an email, kobe@kobecares.com. I will be sending this email of our 3-hour council agenda meeting where we planned this discussion to all of you on council. It's a public document, so anyone else who's interested in seeing it, I will release it to them as well. This is not the meeting that a team of us worked on planning, and so I'm not going to facilitate it. With that, I turn the meeting over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Linda Pritchard. The floor is yours.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, call the next item.
Next item is City Manager Reports. Sharon D. Subadan, City Manager. Introduction of new employees and presentation of their RISE Employee of the Month Award.
So there was a little bit of confusion. So the new employees are probably not here because we, just before this meeting, thought this was being pulled off the agenda, so we asked them not to come. Is the RISE Award recipient here? She is here, okay. Sorry about the confusion. And so I would ask that Marie Rose McIntyre come forward. She is our RISE Award and Code Enforcement Superstar.
One, two, three. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, could you come up and have a picture with Ms. McIntyre?
Mr. Clerk, the next item.
Next item was an item that was added to the agenda. It was a presentation by Attorney Kelly on MOUs, PSAs, COIs, and waivers.
So I know we have a whole agenda to get to. No, I think that's something separate. I will not be before you long. I know we have a whole agenda to get to, but this is just a brief summary of what the process will be moving forward, specifically the importance of MOUs and PSAs when we're doing any type of event, engaging a vendor, things of that nature. We want to make sure that we have them execute at the bare minimum a PSA. That will spell out the scope of work. It will also include provisions that are important to the city moving forward to avoid litigation, things like indemnification clauses, clauses that require them to send us a certificate of insurance, naming the city as a beneficiary in advance of any type of event or in advance of them providing services to the city. The reason why this is important is if we had an event and someone happened to twist their ankle or things of that nature, while the vendor is performing services, they're agreeing to indemnify the city. And that's also important because it saves the taxpayers dollars when it comes to litigation, that these vendors are agreeing that should there be litigation, that the litigation will come out of their insurance policy as opposed to coming out of taxpayer dollars.
I can see the queue. Councilwoman Rao.
I want to thank you, Attorney Kelly, because, I had a number of questions. What triggered it for me were things that had our name on it, but I appreciate your commentary because it really speaks to anybody doing anything in the city. So anything that will protect our taxpayers' pocketbook, I appreciate. So thank you. It covers some of the very things that I originally came to you with as it related to the pageant. But again, it is something that we should be looking at for all of our partnerships. Thank you.
Yes, and just to comment on that briefly, you also see this language in the special events legislation that's before you. It was very important for my office to make sure that this was an objective and standard process across the board. So moving forward, this will be the policy and the procedure. We were already beginning to move in that direction, but as I mentioned, it was very important for me that this was an objective process across the board. So this will be the procedure moving forward.
Councilwoman Willis?
Thank you again, Attorney Kelly. I know this was a touch and go process, and I'm appreciative for you putting these processes in place and using this pageant as a pretty much way to kick off the new process. So could you explain, from my understanding, because we have come into discussions about MOUs, PSAs. What's the difference between an MOU and a PSA? When do we have to do an MOU and when do we have to do a PSA? What also has come into discussion was waivers and certificate of insurances. And so what I understand is that vendors not only have to have a PSA, but they have to have a certificate of insurance as well, and maybe depending on what they're doing, they may have to have waivers. And so, can you please be detailed to this council, because going forward, I am going to look for everyone to be treated equitably, and I'll be asking for these documents going forward. Thank you.
Sure. So the main difference between an MOU and a PSA is that MOU is something that we usually execute if it's going to be an ongoing relationship, as opposed to a PSA is usually one time for one event, one service, come and done. As far as the waivers, again, as you mentioned, it is dependent on the type of service that's being provided. If it's an entertainer, if it's a dancer, things of that nature, we'll have a waiver executed for the individual dancers. As the dancers wouldn't be able to provide us with a certificate of insurance because the dancers themselves are not entities. So because they're not entities, we would have them execute a waiver instead, basically spelling out that they understand that they're performing these services at their own risk, and that should a claim arise, that they would not sue the city, but they would sue whatever entity has hired them for their services. Was there another question, Councilwoman?
No, I think you answered it. One other thing, and this is not anything new. This is something that should have always been the case for MOUs and PSAs. Who is supposed to execute those? Essentially, who's supposed to sign those documents?
Again, it's depending on the content of the document. Sometimes it's the city manager, but if it's something that needs to come before council, it will come before council. And that's also, you'll see that in the special events legislation, that if it's an event that hasn't been approved by council previously, then the PSA will travel with the event approval for council approval. But generally, it's the city manager and or her designee.
Okay. And so with my event, there were 3 items that was asked to be brought back to council to incorporate this new process. And that was the addendum to the PSA this is something Ms. Subadan requested, to put language in the PSA, the addendum, to say any proceeds collected will go solely to the scholarships. Also, there was a PSA. Ms. Subadan asked that the play, although it was a part of the Miss South Fulton, and you'll hear Ms. Deidre speak to that, she wanted that separated out. And then we had it was something else we put on here. Was it a waiver? Oh, what was something else you added? It was 3 PSAs.
Yeah, it was a PSA also for the caterer.
Oh, no, the decorator.
And the decorator as well. The play, not that I believe that Ms. Subadan wanted that to be separated out. It was because the initial PSA with Crown with a Purpose did not contemplate the play. The PSA strictly just said teen competition. That's why it was brought back before council, because the first PSA didn't mention the play. Regarding the other vendors, again, because every vendor should have a separate PSA with a separate certificate of insurance, and then there will be waivers for, and I'm sure that there's an official title for the contestants, but for lack of a better word, the contestants, they will sign a waiver because God forbid any of these girls walks across the stage and twists their ankle. We want to make sure that we have a waiver in place.
Okay. And to be transparent with the council, the initial PSA did not spell out or didn't mention the play, but it did say other initiatives. And Mrs. Attorney Kelly explained that other, in the PSA, other initiatives did not, you said that did not refer to all the initiatives. Can you explain that?
Sure. So the PSA that was initially executed said the teen competition and its initiatives. The very first press release that was sent out was regarding the scholarship fund, specifically linked to the teen competition. So when I drafted the PSA and included the phrase and its initiatives, it was in contemplation of the scholarship, not the other sub-events linked to it. But that was also the reason for the addendum to confirm that any proceeds taken in from the pageant, they were confirming, and there was a provision in there that was general, but we wanted to make it very specific that they would give us an accounting of how they disperse those funds and that it should be solely for the scholarship.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for recognizing me. So I guess my question is, and this is not related to the pageant, but is related to this process. What is the next step? So like we have the senior sweetheart ball that's coming up, right? We've done all of the lead work. So now we have to go back and have all of these PSAs and MOUs. Oh, just PSA. Oh, sorry.
So generally, it's just the PSAs. The MOU is a continuing relationship. So yes, any vendor related to that event, if you would send their information to Dr. Cooper, he's generally in charge of speaking with them, getting to know what their entity, their legal entity is, confirming that they are in fact a business entity, getting the information, who's their point of contact, who's authorized to sign on their behalf, execute the PSA, get the certificate of insurance listing the city as a beneficiary, and then moving from there.
So will you all have, I guess, and maybe from the clerk's office, a training for our CSRs to help them with the process and understand, what needs to go in and all that good jazz? I think that might be beneficial because I just completely forgot we just set up this event, and then just listening to you, it seems like there are a few more steps that we need to take as well. So if that can possibly happen, if you're working with the clerk. Now, is there a time limit on when we can get this stuff in, or what is your process for these forms?
So I will tell you, working very closely with the city manager's office and the ACMs, that we have a template. And obviously, it's case by case. We need to make adjustments depending on what type of service that they're giving. But according to the special events legislation, if we don't have the certificate of service at least 7 days in advance of the event, that could have detrimental effects on the event as a whole. But again, that's not to, throw water on anyone's event, but it's really just a protection mechanism for the city. As far as the training, that's perfectly fine to have that training. I think that would help tremendously. But a lot of the information that we would need for the PSA is what's on the form. So how detailed the special events form is, or how much information you put in the portal will definitely help me and the ACMs as far as executing. But I don't mind doing that training.
Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian? Oh, my apologies. Councilwoman Bell, my apologies.
No problem, thank you. Nevertheless, I want to give you compliments for creating this.
Microphone.
So again, thank you so much for creating this. And I know we have had many discussions as a council about creating clear, concise, defined processes. And so I definitely want to commend you for the work that you're doing with this MOU, PSAs, for the clarification and providing it to each and every one of us so that we can follow policy moving forward. And so that there is no lack of equity amongst this council, which causes additional concerns. So thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman, for at least allowing her to use this as a guinea pig, because we do need this, and this is a great step to move forward. As Councilwoman Gums mentioned, it's very important that we have our CSRs that are trained and receive the information so that we can move forward accordingly. So again, thank you. We need this. Thank you for making it plain. Thank you for clearly defining the policy, and I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. Thank you, Madam City Attorney, for your presentation and for answering the questions so far. I think, two hopefully short ones. Do we account for multi-year MOUs?
At the moment, we don't. It's my preference as a city attorney that we execute PSAs as opposed to an MOU. A lot can happen year to year. And so it'd be my preference. Obviously, I'll follow you all's guidance. If you direct me to execute an MOU, I will. But it's my preference to do a PSA in place of an MOU to make sure, like, if something works this year and it doesn't work next year, it'll be helpful to the council to have that wiggle room as far as deliberation. This is also another reason why the PSAs go through the ACMs as opposed to directly through the council. So that way, if something needs to be negotiated, we're kind of keeping you all out of the negotiating sphere with the vendors directly, and that's where the ACMs would come in. But it'd be my preference to do a PSA as opposed to an MOU.
Thank you. You mentioned a checklist. Are we talking about another checklist that is not the event form? Because I am quite honestly, I am having a hard time keeping up with all these different lists. So if it's a different checklist, now is it the same event form? Thank you for saying that. So here's the issue with that form, and my office had some issues, and I think we have some outstanding questions out there to staff on that list, because currently, when we fill it out and send it in, we don't get a copy. And because we don't get a copy, if staff changes or the right person is not in the loop when it was sent in, then we get told we didn't do it. I mean, I can tell you, last year for some events, we probably did the form 3-4 times. Okay, so I want to make sure I am putting that out because I want to make sure we address this so that whenever we do that submission, that some copy gets created and emailed back to us so that it creates a record on both sides. Okay? All right, that's my ask.
Now, I will say I want to be very careful not to step outside the bounds of my department. That may be an IT collaboration, but I don't mind facilitating that conversation.
Councilwoman Rao?
Thank you. Listening to the conversation that has gone back and forth, I think I heard you say there was a difference in interpretation in the language in terms of how we're getting things approved. So a PSA then would be done for every single event, even if it was a multiple day event. Is that correct? Oh,
Yes, that's correct. If it's a multi-day event, the PSA follows the vendor, not necessarily the overarching event. The PSA is per vendor and per service. So now there can be a PSA that covers one vendor for multiple days, but again, the PSA follows the vendor, not necessarily the event.
okay. And then just one other thing. I know typically we work with Parks and Rec, and their staff is key. So some of this I just got to go back and check. I was telling Councilwoman Gums we may already be covered because they help facilitate that. Don't totally know if that is the case. If not, it may be that we need to make sure that that's occurring, uniformly. And I don't know if that's the case, right now. I think it might be something to look at, but I know, at least Ms. Troop, she doesn't play. You got to give her theory quotes and all those kind of things. So maybe some of that is occurring and we don't recognize that it is. So I'm just making sure, it's uniform all across the board. That's it. And another reason I appreciate that, because how you value what the city's contribution will look different. Because when I think about these facilities, they have different facility rental fees, for example. So if it's a multi-day event, that's more investment on part of the city and staffing and all those things, and we need to be mindful of that. So I think the per day is important.
And I don't mind circling back with Parks and Recs just to make sure the left hand and the right hand are working together. I've heard that Ms. Troop don't play around. And so I don't mind working with and collaborating with her to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, anyone else? Attorney Kelly, I have a question for you. So, isn't it true that PSAs is not a new thing? We've executed PSAs in the city for many years for different purposes.
I can confirm that PSAs are not a new thing. I haven't quite hit my 1 year mark with the city yet, so I can't speak to multi-year, but I can tell you it's definitely not a new practice in the city.
Thank you. Okay, so we have finished with our presentations, and Mr. Clerk, if you would read the next item.
Yes, I had the next item was a presentation by Deidre Brown or Dr. Lovey, Ms. South Fulton Pageant.
Thank you. One, and I prefer Dr. Levy because she's a resident.
Hey, how are y'all doing? Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, members of City of South Fulton Council. My name is Dr. Levy Negrin, and I am a proud resident of Stonewall Tail community here in the City of South Fulton. City Councilwoman Kalia Gubbs is actually my representative, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today about an exciting initiative in our community, the inaugural Miss City of South Fulton pageant competition. So a little bit about what kind of drove me to be here today and to have this initiative is this past summer, I had the amazing opportunity to witness my 6-year-old daughter compete as a little Georgia Belle in the Miss Georgia pageant in Columbus, Georgia. And so she quickly was able just to grasp being a queen and how it comes with its privileges and all the really cute things that comes along with pageantry. But it's been very transformative for her, and the experience has been great. And not just for her, but also for my entire family. The professionalism, the personal development, and opportunities offered through this opportunity have been really remarkable. When the chance arose for me to be able to purchase a license from the Miss American Opportunity, I thought it would be really, really great to bring it here to our community. So by chance, I was able to connect with Ms. Deidre Brown, who is also a mother of an amazing belle here in the city, in the area as well. Her daughter's name is Vitalia, and she's an honor roll student. She began her pageantry when she was 4 years old. She's competed and placed in 7 national pageants, 2 international competitions. She has modeled for New York Fashion Week and is a part-time actress. And Ms. D credits much of Vitalia's structure and discipline to the skills that she's gained through pageantry. Together, we discovered that Miss Fulton County, which is actually a historic title, and Miss South Atlanta titles were on the verge of extinction due to a lack of an organized board's funding and support. So additionally, the Miss Atlanta pageant that actually has been going on for a really long time. I think they've been around for 30 plus years, right, I believe. And the issue with that is that it's an amazing opportunity, but it's 50 minutes away from Atlanta. So girls have to go out to Gwinnett County to compete in this competition. So this definitely has just caused a geographic gap for young women in our area to be able to compete in these different pageants. So the Miss America opportunity, a lot of us, I'm pretty sure, are familiar with Miss America, but to give you a little bit more context behind the organization, the Miss America organization is under, actually Miss Georgia is under the Miss America organization, and it is the largest provider of scholarships for women in the nation. It empowers young women to develop their talents, advocacy for causes that they believe in, and it helps them grow as members in our communities. Beyond academic achievement, the program fosters confidence, resilience, leadership, and participants have successes for a lifetime. And although I did not go through pageantry, a lot of opportunities that I were extended were because people brought those opportunities into my community, and that's why I stand here before you all today. Additionally, what does this do for the city? It has amazing economic impact and growth for us. Hosting pageants has a significant positive economic impact on our local communities. The Miss City of South Fulton competition will attract participants, families, and visitors to our city who will contribute to the local economy through staying at our hotels, dining, shopping, and participating in the entertainment that we have to offer. Events like this drive tourism, enhance visibility for local businesses, and it creates opportunities for economic growth. So, for example, pageants like the Miss Cobb County pageant, which is under the Miss Georgia and Miss America organization, has been around since 1958, and the Miss Fulton County title, which we now actually own, was established in 1991, and they have brought measurable benefits to this community, to their communities. The Miss Cobb County competition has long been a staple event in their community, and it has fostered a lot of partnerships with local businesses, and these businesses look forward to this pageant each year. For example, each year, Miss Cobb County actually issues $10,000 in cash scholarships to the Miss Cobb County Miss ages 18 to 28 and $5,000 to the Miss Cobb County's teen. They're actually with the highest scholarship fund in Georgia. So we definitely look up to them and aspire to reach being able to give that amount to each delegate each year. The Queens are invited to support Cobb County at their annual day at the Capitol, holiday parades, political, and recognition dinners. So similar, the Miss Fulton County competition has served as an important platform for empowering young women while boosting community pride. These events have enriched the lives of participants and promoted their regions as destinations for arts, culture, and community engagement. So establishing our Miss City of South Fulton competition brings a well-deserved recognition to the city, I believe, placing it alongside other prominent cities here in Georgia, such as Albany. I'm actually from Albany, Georgia, Augusta, Columbus, LaGrange, Macon, and Savannah. This competition allows South Fulton to stand out as a hub for empowerment, education, and community development while contributing to its cultural and economic growth. So some current successes. So what we've done, we've worked very hard. I am so tired, but it's a good tired. But we're here. But I did want to definitely give you all some of the successes that we've had thus far. So initiating this literally since last June, we have officially announced the pageant with the press day, which we had attention from local media. We brought awareness to the event, to the importance of this initiative. We are all a volunteer board. We have just poured everything that we have into this. We have supported 7 Fulton County community outreach activities through our bail program, engaging local residents and organizations to further our mission. We have successfully raised over $25,000 in scholarship donations and secured countless in-kind services, hosting every fundraiser within the city of South Fulton, and we've been very intentional about that. We've established a clear policy that all proceeds from the pageant, every penny will benefit our scholarship program, establishing relationships with donors and sponsors to cover event costs and ensuring that every dollar goes towards empowering the next generation of leaders here in the city of South Fulton. We've garnered relationships with the City of South Fulton Convention Bureau to ensure every dollar spent during the pageant stays in the City of South Fulton. Our host hotel is actually here in the City of South Fulton. I'm really excited about that. It's already booking as well. We have successfully recruited 22 girls, so we've had 22 girls interested in this opportunity. We now have, for participations, we're at about 12 teen delegates and about 10 Miss delegates. Over 50% of our delegates reside here in the city of South Fulton. Additionally, we recruited 8 Georgia Bells, super cute program for ages 5 to 12, to volunteer as little sisters alongside our queens, really prepping them for the opportunity because one day we would love to see them on stage as well. Over 50% of our little sisters reside here in South Fulton. These achievements represent not only the dedication of our volunteers and community, but also the enthusiasm and commitment of the city of South Fulton supporting the growth and development of our young women. So in conclusion, I know you all just adore hearing me talk here, but in conclusion, I just wanted you all to really get a feel of what all we've been doing here. But with your support, we can really make Miss City of South Fulton competition a signature event for our city. More importantly for our state, it's a competition when it comes to the different boards that are leading these paths. But uplifting participants, fostering community pride, and stimulating economic growth. This is more than a crown or a title. It's creating opportunities for personal and professional development, celebrating the potential of our youth, and building a stronger and more connected community. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you for your consideration and your dedication to the initiatives that contribute to the empowerment of our young women here in the city of South Fulton, throughout Georgia, most importantly, and together we make a meaningful and lasting impact. Thank you. I am Dr. Levy.
Thank you so much. If I could just take a few minutes to speak to what we discussed earlier in council. Okay. We have abided by the regulations that were put in place. After meeting with Dr. Cooper and prior to meeting with him, we timely submitted our runner show for his approval. We submitted our list of vendors. We had each of our vendors submit their insurances, and we submitted our insurance to risk management for review. We have gone back and forth with risk management, making sure that the insurances are proper and in place. We also included on our policy, which we purchased through Miss America. So as a licensee, we're covered by the same exact policy that Miss America is covered by. It has a rider for our delegates, vendors, and participants, and we successfully added the city of South Fulton also as a rider to that policy. So we wanted to, we appreciate the opportunity and you all working with us and making sure that we're able to conduct a lasting and meaningful impression for our youth here in the city of South Fulton.
Thank you all.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. I actually have a question. One of my best friends, she was Miss DC in 1991, and she went on to compete in the Miss America pageant. So I'm very familiar with this. You mentioned that you were using one of the host hotels in our city.
Yes.
Which hotel is that?
The Fairfield Inn.
Okay, yeah, that hotel happens to be in my district, so great.
Oh,
job.
nice.
And we will also host our signature event there. We will be inviting each of you there when we select the Miss who will represent each of our categories and titles. On that Sunday, we'll have their signature event there at the Fairfield Inn where they will sign their contracts before meeting.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see, okay, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to make one more thing. The contract that these girls are signing, the ones that go on, the candidates, they will be required to do community service here in the city of South Fulton. So there will be a formal way that you will all be able to request for these young ladies to come and work in your respective areas when you have events and community service projects. And also, there will be a formal way that you all will be able to submit to the board if you would like them to come and represent you in any way. So I just wanted, that is a part of their agreement with Miss South Fulton, Crown with a Purpose. one of the biggest things is not only for them to have the opportunity to get scholarships to advance their education, but to teach them that they have to work in the community and give back. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, the next item.
That brings us to executive session, if necessary, for litigation only.
I entertain a motion.
I move to go to an executive session to discuss litigation. We don't- Okay, we'll add personnel. I'll accept that.
So moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, if you'll take well, we can take a vote by show of hands. Dr. Rao, release.
Okay, I record that motion approved unanimously.
We will move into executive session.
We're recessed at 4:57 p.m.
Okay, we have a quorum. I will entertain a motion to adjourn executive session. I'm sorry, a motion to reconvene. My apologies. Okay, and so moved. We'll take that by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are reconvened at 6:01 p.m.
Mr. Clerk, are there any actionable items that were taken?
Yes, I believe there were actions that require a public disclosure, and I defer to the city attorney.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motions that, we have. So we, as a council, I motion that we order a forensic audit of the mayor's, P card back from December of 2024, from October of 2023 to the present, for the P card transactions and the audit trail of the PO, as well as we are also.
Councilwoman, can I ask that we can take one motion at a time?
Okay, I'm
please?
sorry.
Thank
Would you like for me to restate the motion?
you. Yes.
All right. A moment. All right, we are currently asking for a motion to order a forensic audit of the mayor's P-card transactions and PO audit trail from the date of October of 2023 to December 31st of 2024.
First, so moved, probably moved, and you were asking initially for Attorney Kelly.
If she wanted to add anything to that motion?
Okay, we'll take that. I'm sorry, any discussion? Councilman Sebastian, Councilwoman Gums, if you would yield your mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm City Attorney. I thought we said we were going from October 23 to present. Did I misunderstood? Because I heard December just now.
You have to release the mic, Miss.
What was agreed upon was October 2023 to present.
May I restate my motion?
Yes.
We would like to order a forensic audit of the mayor's purchase transactions of his P card and PO audit trail from October 2023 to present, which is January 28th, 2025. Can I get a second?
Second.
Yield your mic, please.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Discussion of Councilwoman Willis.
The summary of these motions will be spoken about again at the 7 o'clock meeting, but I would like to educate why we're picking this time period. We're picking this time period because this is the time period that we have adopted our new policies. So the scope of this audit will be subject to the policies that we adopted during that time period. So I know people might be wondering why that time period, because we actually adopted a new policy in September of 2023. So any violations will be for that time period after the policy was adopted. Thank you.
Can you yield your mic? Anyone else? Okay, let's take the vote. Mr. Clerk, in the queue.
I'm trying to get back in. For some reason it kicked me out.
Councilwoman Willis, can you please yield your microphone?
That motion was approved unanimously.
Okay, Councilwoman Gunn, well, I'll entertain additional motions.
And the next motion is to, for the city attorney to acquire Josh Belafonte, a law firm, to represent the council in regards to ethics violation, representing us in regards to the mayor to make sure that he identifies clear receipts and other clear charter violations and ordinances for our public.
Release mic.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Um,
Councilwoman Williams Brown.
I think I may have tuned a piece of this out. So we're requesting that Josh Belafonte represent the council in an ethics complaint before the ethics board for charter and ordinance violations. Okay, thank you.
Any other, Attorney Kelly?
I do just want to specify that the request was for charter and ordinance violations of the mayor, and that would be the complaint to the ethics board. And just for educational purposes, the reason why I can't is according to the charter, I can't represent any one of you against anyone else. And because of that conflict, outside counsel has to be engaged.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Willis? I can't see the cue.
For education, that does not prevent any resident from filing their own ethics complaint. It does not prevent any city council person from filing their individual ethics complaint. But to try to take bias out of this ethics complaint being filed, we thought as a body it would be best to hire a third party to represent us and to also make sure that we properly are documenting and notating the actual ordinances and charter violations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. Dr. Rao, Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. Being that we would be turning this over to outside counsel, I'm assuming it would be prudent that we wouldn't be providing commentary since it's going before the ethics board.
Attorney Kelly. Release your microphone. Attorney Kelly, was that a question? For Attorney Kelly?
Question. Oh, I thought you was recognizing me. I'm sorry.
Please release, and then I'll recognize you next.
To protect the objectivity of the process, it would be most prudent to let the outside counsel do his due diligence and present the case before the ethics board. I'm sure that he will do whatever interviews he needs to conduct and speak to whomever he needs to speak to. But it's very important because this is such a sensitive matter and so important to the city that it's done in an objective, unbiased way, and that we do what we can to protect that objectivity.
You yield? Okay, Councilwoman Willis.
Attorney Kelly, anything that has been put out in open records and because I don't want anybody to put us in a position where we are censored or our freedom of speech is violated. If a resident calls me and asks me about anything that has been put out via open records, because a lot of these documents have been put out via open records, my residents in District 3 and a lot of residents throughout the city are very engaged. And so if they call and ask me about a specific transaction on a document that has been put out via open record, you're telling me that I can't answer that? Because if that, I would just take myself out of this process so I can be able to speak freely.
Can you yield your mic?
So a few things. I'm not saying that you can't speak with your constituents. There is, and I can tell you this from having been a government employee for several years, almost a full decade. There are some trade-offs when it comes to your constitutional rights that you do make when you become a government employee. It's not an absolute trading in of your First Amendment rights, but because you are a fiduciary of the city, there's certain things and certain actions, certain things you should not say if they are going to be harmful to the city. When your citizens do call and inquire, I would encourage them to come back and watch this meeting and see the definitive actions that we're making and that we're taking this seriously and that we are obtaining competent outside counsel to make sure that this is done thoroughly, objectively, and in a way that cannot be picked apart negatively.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And with that, clerk, if you would take the vote electronically.
Vote is open.
You can press on the e-vote button for it to come on.
Has everybody voted? I show that motion approved unanimously.
Okay. Any additional motion? Really? Councilwoman Willis?
I have an additional motion, but I'll bring it to the regular meeting. It's regarding the car. Thank you.
Okay. And with no additional motions, I will await a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Any discussion? Take a roll call, take a vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 6:15 p.m.
Okay. Okay.
Please remember to switch over in the system as well.
Okay. Everybody switched over. Okay, is the video supposed to roll or we're just? No. Okay, just asking. Okay, good evening, everyone. I am Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett, and we are at our alcohol license and zoning public hearings special meeting. And Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll call. Your point of order, ma'am?
We were supposed to have a presentation for Sizemore. We're going to move it at the top of the regular agenda. Okay, because they said it was supposed to be at 5.
It's in this, it's.
Okay.
Right there. Okay, but thank you. Can you yield your mic, please? Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you would call the roll.
It's a roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearing for January 28th, 2025. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Kiosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem and presiding. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you do have a quorum.
Okay, so we are having a comprehensive plan presentation by Randy Gibbs from the Sizemore Group. Mr. Gibbs, if you would come forward.
Don't be scared. Good evening. Good evening. Randy Gibbs from the Sizemore Group. I'm here with my principal in charge, Deanna Murphy, to introduce and kick off for the city of South Fulton the comp plan. And so I will let Deanna introduce us a little bit, and then we'll go through the presentation. You're welcome.
Thank you, Randy. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Thank you all so much for having us here tonight. We are thrilled to be able to kick off the South Fulton Comprehensive Plan. We commend you all for understanding and seeing the value in this document and actually advancing it ahead of the development of, or the Department of Community Affairs schedule. You're about a year in advance of that. And so we're really excited to see how this can continue to build a vision for the future. This will be a citywide vision, very important document to really direct the city for years to come. And so while we're going to focus on an overall vision and goals, we will specifically be looking at a parcel by parcel assessment of the entire city to ensure that we are addressing some of the challenges you've had with rezonings and variances, and we can get an overall comprehensive view of that future for the community and make sure that's in line in a future land use map. We'll also be looking closely at neighboring communities and how they're looking at their future land use so that that is compatible with what we're doing citywide. And with that, I'll hand it over to Randy. He's got a presentation with some more details.
Maybe you like to dance. All right. So good evening again. And if I could get my slides up. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors, this is very similar to the presentation I gave you earlier in the year. And so really, this is a presentation for the community at large to let you know about the comp plan and your role in making sure that this plan is inclusive of your voice. And so I'm excited about that. So next slide, please. Again, Randy Gibbs with the Sizemore Group. We're a firm that does architecture, planning, interior design, and community engagement. Next slide, please. But we're not working alone. Certainly, we are working with excellent professionals from the city of South Fulton, Ms. Carmen Davis to my right, and Mr. Reginald McClendon to my left. They've been fantastic points of contact. Deanna and I are representing the Sizemore Group. We're also working with Kimley Horn and Sycamore Consulting to do our housing assessment, our market assessment, as well as our community engagement. So excited to be working with this excellent team as we go through your comp plan. Next slide, please. All right, so just a brief agenda. We'll explain a little bit about what the comp plan is, go over our project scope of work in the schedule, and then talk about the community engagement opportunities to hear the voices of our community residents and the next steps moving forward. Next slide. All right, so what is a comp plan? Again, this is a required document by DCA in order for each community to maintain their qualified local government status. With that QLG, your city will be eligible for different funding sources, different grant opportunities that come down through the federal government, through the state, and then into our area. And so we want to retain that QLG status for the city of South Fulton so that you can continue to stay that city on the rise and get every means of grant support, funding mechanisms, or what have you to ensure that rise is as effective and as efficient as possible. This is a long-range plan. This is a 20-year vision that we're trying to bake into this plan. And so, again, long range, but we are having a long-range scope with 5 years of opportunities to do something about it now. So it's one thing to have a 20-year plan, a 20-year vision, but certainly we want to go about making incremental improvements now. We'll be addressing things such as land use, transportation systems, environmental conditions, housing, and economic development. And this is a comprehensive plan again, and so you see the image on your right. It indicates a lot of the previous plans that have occurred recently in the city of South Fulton. We'll be looking at all of those to ensure that it is, again, comprehensive and you have a singular document in this plan that we will produce together to ensure that we're guiding the city of South Fulton for that 20-year, towards that 20-year vision. Next slide, please. All right, and again, it provides the comp plan itself, it provides a long-range goal of common direction. We'll create a community vision for the future, so we'll get a vision statement, a mission statement, so on and so forth together. We'll develop some goals and common values as well. And then one of the things that really comes out of this is a new future land use map, as Deanna mentioned. And so that future land use is how do we want these parcels within our city to be used in the future. So although it may not be used as such now, we are looking towards the future and saying, okay, well, as this city grows and develops, how do we want this land to be positioned for future success? And so city staff, city leadership uses it as a point of decision-making. We come to these meetings often and people say, hey, I want to build a restaurant here, or I want an industrial park here, or what have you. The city uses the comp plan in and of itself to say, okay, well, no, that doesn't comply with how the city wants to grow and develop. And so it is a point of decision-making for the city to ensure that we're guiding development in the right direction. And then it comes, another aspect of it is a community work program, which essentially gives us that these are the steps that we want to take moving forward. Next slide, please. Part of the final deliverables is a report of accomplishments, and it's very much like a report card, okay? And so every 5 years, the Georgia Department of Community Affairs says municipalities, counties need to update their comp plan. And so community often asks, well, what did you do since the last comp plan? That detail will be provided by the report of accomplishments. And so we will assess what the city of South Fulton has done since the previous comp plan in their community work program. Again, we'll address the future land use. We develop a new community work program. Some items from the previous comp plan may find its way here, others may not. In that community work program, we're looking at initial prioritization, high-level costing, identification of funding tools and mechanisms, as well as responsible parties, and then the implementation matrix. And so what you see on your right is a community work program image of what you currently have in your comp plan. Next slide. All right, so again, mandatory elements within this comp plan will include a general vision, a list of community goals. Those are what we'll, again, build together. We'll develop some community policies and then identify some character areas and different types of land use categories throughout the city of South Fulton. So those are some of the mandatory elements. Next slide, please. And then another one is a report of accomplishments. And so cities, communities, residents are really big on this one. They want to know that there is some transparency, that there's some accountability, and this is the mechanism by which the city provides an update as to what has happened since the previous comp plan by assessing what was in their community work program. And so we'll take a look at the previous one, and then we'll build a new one, and then our assessment of the previous one will produce the report of accomplishments. Next slide, please. And these are some optional elements. So we have some things that we have to overview, and these are some things that perhaps we'll say, you know what, they're not mandatory, but it's good for us to look at the infrastructure, the natural resources, so on and so forth. And so again, as we build the vision for the comp plan, as we build the goal and what's important to the community, to the residents, to the stakeholders within the city, we'll identify which perhaps elements need to be brought into the comp plan, and then which elements need further study. And so we're excited to hear those elements from y'all. Next slide, please. This is just an image of what your current land use map looks like. And so we'll assess this. We'll see how much of your land is being used for low-density residential, how much of it is being used for agricultural space, you know, and how your land is being used. All right, so this is what it currently is. We'll take an assessment of it and make recommendations as we build another one. But a couple of key things to note is, I know the city of South Fulton's geography is a little unique. Its geometry is a little unique, right? And so some people live on the north side, some people live on the south side. This is a citywide plan, okay? And so as long as you're a resident, as long as you're a key stakeholder, no matter what part of the city you have interest in, you are welcome to all the community meetings, and you have an equal voice, if you will, in participating in the plan as we develop the future land use map moving forward. And as Deanna mentioned, this is a parcel by parcel evaluation. And so because of your uniqueness, you have boundaries with the city of Atlanta, city of Fairburn, and so on and so forth. And so we're going to take a look at those adjacent jurisdictions to ensure that there's compatibilities with the land uses that might be right next to you, okay? So next slide, please. All right, so scope of work, we'll go through this really quick. Just want to let you know these are the things that we've been tasked to do by your city leaders, and we're excited to get busy. Some of the mandatory elements that we'll be addressing during this comp plan session include the land use, transportation, economic development, again, housing, broadband, regional water, and yeah, so we're excited to get after those as well as some of the optional ones as well. And when we go through our community meetings, we'll be asking questions like what makes South Fulton, the city of South Fulton, special. We'll be asking more questions like what do you want to see in terms of development and planning. And so, again, excited to get to that. Next slide, please. All right. We'll address your goals, your needs and opportunities. We'll update your community work program. That's where we'll get that report of accomplishments, which is very much like a report card of what the city has done, and then we'll build that future land use map. Next slide, please. Okay, so task 5, task 6, we're essentially looking at some of the other elements that are already in play for the city of South Fulton and ensure that there is alignment with what we're presenting as we move forward. Next slide, please. And then finally, community engagement. So community engagement is big. Your city leadership, excuse me, I'm sorry. What can I say? So community engagement is big in the city of South Fulton. Your leadership required that we actively engage. And so we're going to go about conducting meetings in every district, okay? So this is a citywide project. We want to make sure that we're hearing from the city, and we're taking multiple steps and multiple approaches to do so. We'll build a steering group committee. We'll have stakeholder interviews. We'll engage your city councilors and your mayor. We'll conduct pop-up events, community surveys, and have an online survey as well, so that we can really hear from the city of South Fulton. So you'll be hearing from us as a consultant team, either through the Sizemore Group, Sycamore Consulting, who is our community engagement specialist, or directly from your city council leadership and your mayor as well. Next slide, please. And then finally, we'll produce a report. In that report, it'll be the remix of what you currently have. Next slide. All right. This process is going to run through October, and so a lot of our engagements are going to run between now and the end of April, when we're trying to get a lot of feedback. Then we'll build a report. That report, essentially, we're trying to get that knocked out by the end of June before we have to share it with DCA later in the fall and then resubmit it to the city for final adoption. And so it's an arduous process. We're looking forward to the process, but that's essentially the timeline. Throughout the process, we'll have engagements, checkpoints, to either collect your ideas, collect your input, and then once we finish our report, we'll come back to the community and say, hey, does this sound right? Is this what we were getting after in the process? And so excited to go through that between now and October. Yep. Next slide, please. All right. Our first 2 engagements are slated for February 18th and 24th. We'll start in District 1. On February 18th, and then we'll have another one again in District 6 on February 24th. And so you'll see the colors. I hope you can see the colors. Pink is for Phase 1, the orange is for Phase 2, and the third is for Phase 3. And so if you were to go to a meeting on the 18th, it will be the same meeting that we'll present on the 24th. All of that is that initial visions and goals capturing, getting some initial input. We'll have some workshops during that second phase, and then during that third phase, we'll have some report outs. This is what we're projecting moving. This is what we heard before we finalize actually making the plan. And then you see the other dates there. A lot of those dates are just us going through the process of adopting, but those are very important. And oh, by the way, you have an opportunity to continue to communicate on in those elements as well. Next slide, please. All right, again, so this is a citywide project. So anyone who has an interest in the city of South Fulton is welcomed at any of the meetings and in any of the locations. So we're going to try to go from district to district, but we certainly want to make sure that everyone feels welcomed at all the projects. And then, again, we're going to have multiple ways of engagement. Next slide, please. All right. I've talked a little bit about the three rounds. And then our project website. Project website's not quite ready, but we hope to push that out here soon. And then once we push that out, we'll be able to engage you that way through the survey and some mapping and interactive mapping and the like. Next slide, please. All right, and then in addition to the online and the survey, we'll do some social media for all the young people who like to talk, tick, and tube you. So you like that. Next slide, please. Oh, you like me. That's cool. All right, so this is the comp plan, and the comp plan process kind of talked a lot about it already. But the big thing that you need to know is let's start on the left. There's a lot of internal stakeholders. There's a lot of external stakeholders. So your internal stakeholders include your leadership and the staff. Your external stakeholders include community. Right? And so you're a part of the process as just external. We want to make sure that we're hearing from you because you're not an administrator of the plan, but you're inputting the plan, and your voice is vital. We're also dealing with the plan as it is today. We're dealing with the city as it is today, so we're basing the plan off of things that we know, understanding that real-world factors change, so the economy could change, the political environment can change. In different environmental, it can snow again, and so we might have new ideas as to how we want to move forward as a city. And so we're working with these elements, and then also implementation partners, who and how can we get things done within the city. All that is taken into consideration. And then I've kind of already stepped you through that outer green circle, where we're going to identify the existing conditions analysis. We're going to go on a bus tour. We're going to see the stuff. We're going to get boots on ground. We're going to do your report of accomplishments and your vision and goals and all that. We're going to develop a new community work program. It's going to get to final adoption. You're going to have a new plan, and then you're going to implement the plan. That plan that we're going to produce should inform your budgets moving forward. It should inform your capital improvement process moving forward. And so this plan is a real document that should have an impact on how the city is governed and how the city uses its funds moving forward. Because this is a plan that the people created. And so with that, the most important diagrammatic element on this slide is that pink slide that says community engagement. Because the community should be engaged in every aspect of the plan development as well as plan implementation, okay? And so we are here to help the city build this plan because the city wants your involvement, okay? And so I just want to convey that to you as we kick off this plan. I'm going to say next slide. Our next steps are the community meetings on February 18th. We'll be meeting at the Sandtown. Yes, ma'am. You want to say it with me? The Sandtown Park and Rec Center, okay, on February 18th. I believe that meeting is going to be held at 6 o'clock, and then, again, it'll be the same meeting, but we'll meet again. It'll be the same conversation, but we'll be meeting again February 24th at the City of South Fulton Economic Development Office. And so we're excited about this. Once we have marketing material, we'll push it out so that you can share it with your friends, share it with your neighbors. Share it with your neighbors, please. so that we can hear from the folks who love the city of South Fulton as much as y'all do. Okay? Next slide, please. All right. Thank you. So on behalf of Deanna Murphy, the wonderful, because she's my boss, I had to say things like that. The wonderful Deanna Murphy and myself, thank you, appreciate it, and look forward to engaging the city of South Fulton as we move forward, building out the comp plan. All right. Any questions?
All right, thank you, sir, for your insightful and entertaining presentation.
You're very welcome.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want you to speak to, previously we have done comprehensive development plans in the past, and we've heard complaints about residents not feeling like they were engaged enough. So this time we'll be putting forth more effort through you all to engage residents. But I also want to speak to how will you all be working with us to look at the comprehensive development plan as it relates to our bordering cities, because previously in the past, we have done comprehensive development plans based off of what we desire in this city, futuristic wise, but we don't take into consideration what could be bordering us. And so we have found ourselves in situations where developers come in to want to develop things, and what's bordering them has made their parcels or their land incompatible. For example, we have some parcels in the city of South Fulton that may be zoned futuristically for residential, but what's bordering them is warehouses from other jurisdictions, or industrial projects from other jurisdictions. So it has made their land incompatible for a residential community. And so, and we have a lot of instances like that throughout the city of South Fulton. And so I would like to ask you to speak to that. And then I also have a follow-up question after you respond to that.
Yes, it's a very good point. And I think, as Randy mentioned, your city boundaries do kind of weave in and out of around several different cities. And so it's unique in that sense. And so we do want to make sure that we're compatible with what other cities are doing, but also that we are having the conversations with those cities to ensure that they're compatible with what you're doing. So I think throughout this process, we're going to be engaging other surrounding communities, having those conversations on your behalf and with your team to make sure that we're opening those doors to continue to communicate that what you all want to do in a certain part of your community is compatible with what they're doing, and that they're listening as well as we're listening to them.
Thank you. The other thing I want, and you kind of spoke to this, so once we have this complete, which talks to what we desire in the future, we had also talked about going back and looking at some of the things that's in our zoning code that we need to change. But once these codes are set, can you speak to the residents as far as us doing our best to stick with these codes to keep us out of litigation? When people come in, and if the land is zoned for AGI, they're going to look to what the comprehensive development plan says. And if we go against that based off of the emotions of the community, how does that position us as far as legal? How does that legally position us?
Yes, I think to your point, I think you made the right point, is that it would put you in litigation potentially. If someone did want to sue the city, they could, if the future land use map clearly states a use that they are trying to put on that property. Your city attorney probably could talk more detail about that, but that is our understanding from the planning perspective.
Okay, I won't put her in that position right now because she doesn't like to talk legally out in the open. Because everything we say, they use well, in litigation, it's used against us. But I just wanted you to speak from a consultant point of view. So it's important, residents, that you all participate in this process because once this process is complete and once this is set, it's kind of it's like Monday night quarterbacking to come back and say you don't want certain things and you haven't participated. It's this, if you want certain things, if you want the city to look a certain way, or if you want certain things in our city, now is the time to be a part of that process. I know last time we went through this, I out of my city budget, I sent out mailers, I did texts, we knocked on doors, we put out yard signs, and we still got very small participation. And so I would ask that you all engage, encourage your residents to engage. I know this may seem boring to some because it's boring to me, but it's one of the most important things that we do in the city because it's going to drive our development and how we develop it and what it's going to look like and what we want and and what we desire. Thank you.
Sorry, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. And I just want to take a point of personal privilege to recognize former Representative Roger Bruce, who's in the audience, who walked in later, popularly known as the father of the city of South Fulton. So thank you guys for designing the engagement plan. I think this is my second time seeing it. And I don't know if I asked this question before, but I'm going to ask it again because I think it's important. While we have our own meetings planned, there are several community associations and groups across the city that regularly meet. So my first question is there a plan to engage with those, the Old National, Cliftondale, Cascade, some Cedar Grove? Is there a plan to engage with those at their meetings? South Fulton Parkway Alliance, and I'm probably forgetting a couple.
So, yes, we can engage with them. That's the bottom answer, bottom line. We would encourage them to come to some of the public meetings that are already scheduled and would be advertised. We can certainly, we have some pop-up meetings potentially, and so it would be helpful for us to know when they regularly meet and just either figure out a way to get on their calendar and perhaps give a presentation as well. But for them to be part of the process and to have their voices most potently heard, if you will, they should probably come to some of the scheduled meetings.
Thank you. And
I would, furthermore, I'd encourage that if we can get their contact information as we make certain blasts, email blasts and notifications, we would love to be able to communicate to them directly what we have going on so that they can be a part of every phase of the engagement process.
okay, I'm sure as a council and government, we can compile that list and get it over to you guys. Sure. The same holds true for any business and development community, right? Is there a plan to have any special meeting, any special conversation with those groups?
So we have, we're in the process of identifying who our steering group is, and so our steering committee, and so there is a representative or two from the business community local to the city of South Fulton who will be on the steering committee, and they will be influential in helping get the word out to the broader community. But we do have relationships with either some of the districts, the special community improvement districts or business improvement districts throughout the various coalitions, chambers, so on and so forth, that we can, again, ensure that we're communicating to directly. And if there's an opportunity for us to speak to them more broadly, we'd be happy to do so.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is there anyone else? All right, seeing and hearing no further speakers, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 4, alcohol license and zoning cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first is an alcohol license case. The applicant is Purple Ocean Water LLC, doing business as VVS Restaurant and Lounge, has applied for an alcohol license for the consumption of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 6175 Old National Highway, Suite 340, South Fulton, Georgia 30349. This request is due to a change of ownership. It's located in District 6. A police recommendation is approval.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The applicant for Purple Ocean Water LLC, doing business as VVS Restaurant and Lounge, which is located at 6175 Old National Highway, Suite 340, South Fulton, Georgia 30349. They have met all the requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This request is due to a change of ownership. All applicable fees and inspections have been paid in full and passed. The location did held an alcohol license in the past. A public safety plan was submitted and approved by staff, and staff recommendation is for approval.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present?
Yes, the applicant is present, but we did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition to the case.
Is there anyone present to speak in support or opposition of the case? All right, you can come forward. We're going to give you this clock. You have 10 minutes to make your case. You may want to reserve some balance of your time for rebuttal if there are speakers in opposition, and you don't have to use the entire 10 minutes. Please start by stating your name and address, and your time starts. You ready, Mr. Clerk? Now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Terry Bailey, attorney for the applicant. Good evening, Terry Bailey, attorney for the applicant. My address is 2221 Peachtree Road Northeast, Suite D, 341, Atlanta, Georgia, 30309. I'm here joined by the applicant, Ms. Naomi Lewis. As mentioned, this application meets all the legal requirements. It's been a change of ownership. She's retained the majority of the staff, including the manager. There's not been any significant changes to operations. All the employees are TERV, alcohol trained. As mentioned, we submitted a safety plan. This application has been vetted by all the appropriate departments, and we meet all the legal requirements, and we're here to address any questions or concerns that you or the community may have, and we'd like to reserve the rest of our time for rebuttal.
All right, are there any speakers in opposition? All right, seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it to questions and comments from council, beginning, as is always our practice, with our district representative, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. This, I think, is just a very straightforward case of having a change in ownership. VVS has been in this location ever since the Dugans vacated the property, so it's been there probably, I think, about a decade or more now. I think the only question I might have would be for our police. I know that at one point several years ago, there were, and not necessarily an issue with the business itself, but at one point there were some issues out in the parking lot. I assume that those have all been resolved now. People don't know how to act.
Well, I'm pretty sure the applicant is also familiar with that, and I'll just ask if she could just touch on that as far as law enforcement and part of her safety plan as far as the outside crime.
Hi, I'm Naomi Lewis, by the way. So as far as the issues in the parking lot, we've definitely cracked down on police presence and making sure that 6 p.m. to close, and even after close, that we have them out there. And we also have a third-party security company that we have all of our nights that we're open, just to monitor the parking lots. Also, we have cameras that I even monitor sometimes throughout the night. We have cameras viewed in the manager's office, so throughout the night there's no unrecognized car break-ins, fights, any issues going on. So for the parking lot and the business specifically, cameras, security, and police presence has definitely helped us as a business crack down on all issues.
And have you enrolled in our program where the police would be able to have access to the cameras?
No, we have not, but that would be something that we'd be open to.
Could we coordinate that with her so that you all would be able to have the access to the cameras as well?
Absolutely.
Yes, and that's fine. And just to add, when she talks about the cameras, they already have, it's 62 total, so they have 15 cameras on the exterior. So integrating that with the police department would help as well. We know it's a very big parking lot, and it might even help not just around VVS, but other things around that area too. We can help the City of South Fulton Police Department with that.
Yeah, because I live in the subdivision behind here, so the the parking when it's crowded, the parking is happening in the spaces that are in front of, the Honey Baked Ham, beauty supply store, nail shop. So the parking on popular nights gets pretty far afield. And I just want to make sure that those patrons who are having to perhaps walk from VVS over to their car, because I think that may have been kind of where some of the previous incidents had occurred, not directly in front of the building, but kind of off to the side of the building. I just want to make sure that we're keeping all of the patrons at VVS as safe as possible. But especially since the police have done an outstanding job of bringing crime down on Old National Highway, and we want to keep driving those numbers down.
Makes sense.
I agree, 100%.
All right.
I yield.
Seeing and hearing no one else in the queue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will be voting on this at our next meeting, February the 11th.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B. It's a public hearing for alcohol license case. The applicant is Lost in the Sauce Kitchen, LLC, doing business as Lost in the Sauce Kitchen, has applied for an alcohol license for the consumption of beer, wine, and distilled beverages at 5307 Old National Highway, Suite 340, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349. This is a request due to a new alcohol beverage license. It's located in District 5, and the police staff recommendations approval.
The applicant for Lost in the South Kitchen LLC, doing business as Lost in the South Kitchen, located at 5307 Old National Highway, South Fulton, Georgia, 30349, has met the requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This request is due to a new license. There was no previous alcohol license at the location. All applicable fees and inspections have been paid in full. A public safety plan also was submitted and approved. Staff recommendation to council is approval.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present, and are there any speakers for or against?
Yes, the applicant is present, and there were no cards submitted in opposition or support.
All right, sir, you have 10 minutes. You don't have to use the entire time. You may want to save some of the balance of your time if there are any speakers that do appear in opposition. Please state your name and address. Your time starts now. Wait, go ahead and press that button there.
Name Sonny Marinville, 5307 Old National Highway, Atlanta, Georgia.
Do you have anything you want to tell us about your restaurant?
You know, it's a new business, but I'm big on social media, so I got like a big fan base coming out there, so I'm just trying to see how can I do it, liquor license, basically.
Awesome. Are there any speakers in opposition? Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open up to questions from council, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representatives. Councilwoman Keosha Bell.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I know we mentioned there was a public safety plan already in place. I'm familiar with your establishment because I've supported your establishment in the past. So my concern would be what's kind of getting you to expand your business?
Like to get into the liquor.
Correct.
See me, I like a challenge, but at the same time, like from being an ex DJ and promoter, I want to do for the grown folks, no hip hop, just you can hang out and have a drink, leave from home, come and just hang out and go back, And I already talked to a police officer too, Detective Evans, so I already got his number, just to have police detail out there, because I know how serious I is about having detail at the area. I got lights, I got everything. I just I like a challenge. I know I could do it. I could stay away from like everybody else, because my main thing is the food. I already serve 200 people a day, so I'm not worrying about having a crazy crowd so I can make some money, because I'm already established, already popping. So just a little lounge, get together basically.
And so is there currently camera surveillance
Yes,
in the
yes.
area? You have
I got cameras, and y'all need.
Officer for crowd control and safety for your patrons?
Yes, I already been. Oh, I'm sorry. You talking? I'm sorry about that.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I already got in contact with Detective Evans, so that's who I guess gonna be handling the area. I told him when I get everything official, then I could call him and make sure before I even open up serve any liquor, I have him present.
And so I know you're expanding from your business, how it is currently. Is your vision of a lounge setting, a club setting? And I just want to make sure that we're clear.
Like I said, with me, it's gonna be more of a get together, because like I say, I go out and I see how, certain venues be, and I don't want to lose my, business over, little change. So it's just like I say, a little hangout, nothing too crazy, no hip hop, just karaoke, comedy night, some old school, so grown folks could vibe basically, have a good time.
What's the square footage of your current business?
I think I think 2,000.
Or the maximum capacity of people?
80.
80?
Yeah, 80.
So no more than 80 patrons at a time in your actual location. Has this information been included in the safety plan and reporting as far as surveillance, staff or an officer in this particular area?
Yes, as far as video footage, surveillance, that is included in the public safety plan. I believe, can't really recall, but I know they're willing to have a law enforcement police officer there either Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for right now.
Okay.
All right, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I really don't have any questions. I just wanted to let you know that, Councilmember Bell, I did visit the establishment, and the food is very good, and it is very sanitary. And what was amazing to me is to see people come in our community, diversity coming to our community, because there were some people there at the time I was there, and I asked, where did they come from? And they said they came all the way from Sandy Springs. And I asked, well, why did you come from Sandy Springs to South Fulton? What was so intriguing about this restaurant? And they said that they knew about it, they saw it on Instagram, and they were excited that it was in Metro Atlanta, and that's why they came. And it was just, a lot of people were just coming in, buying their food and leaving, coming in, buying their food. And when I was there, I know within an hour, he had served about 30 people. I mean, diversity coming from all over Metro Atlanta. And so the food is a welcome addition to Metro Atlanta, and people are coming from all over to partake in it.
Thank you. And I'm familiar with your brand. I've seen it on Instagram. I've tasted items that I don't normally eat, just so I can, be familiar with the businesses that are within our city specifically. So I'm very familiar with the food, the fries, the burgers, wings. So again, thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further comments. Thank you, sir. We'll be voting on this at our next meeting on February 11th at 7 p.m. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is letter C. This is a zoning modification case, M24-011. an application by Apex Sandtown LLC, care of Wilson Brock and Irby LLC, requesting a modification to petition number 2006Z-0040 to modify conditions 1 through 5 to change the site plan in the MIX Sandtown Overlay District to develop 7,000 square feet of commercial and office space at 117 single-family detached and townhome residential units at 0 Camilton Road. It's located in District 1. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I believe one of the council members has a motion on this matter.
For case M24-011, the community is still engaging with the developer, making revisions to the site plan. So I'd like to defer the public hearing on this to February 25th. Is that the next date after the 11th that we would have a public hearing? I just want to confirm that.
All
Okay,
right,
February 25th.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take that vote online.
Mr. Mayor, there's a malfunction in the system. We need to take it.
Okay, we'll just take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved 7-0 to defer.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item D, zoning modification case M24-012, application by Resurgence Consulting LLC, care of Joseph Bradley Osborne, requesting a modification to petition number 2003Z-103 to modify conditions 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, 3C, and 7 with an amended site plans to develop no more than 50 townhomes in the CUP Clifton Overlay District at 0 Shamrock Drive, located in District 3.
Thank you. We're asking council to withdraw this matter. It's going to be represented as a rezoning.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion for withdrawal.
It's my district. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely. I mean, we could entertain the motion, and then after we have a motion in a
Okay.
second, we have discussion.
I will move for this zoning case, case M24012 to be withdrawn.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilwoman Willis.
Yes. Is the applicant here? Or
I don't believe so.
can you send me the information of the applicant so that I can engage with him and get him engaged with my Cliftondale residents?
Will do.
All right, thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further discussion, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0 to withdraw.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
So that brings us to the last case, which is zoning modification case M24-013, an application by D.H. Horton, care of Michelle McCauley, requesting a modification to rezone condition 3C from the zoning case 2006Z-0033 to provide a 50-foot setback measured to the outside limit of the 20-foot landscape strip on the detention pond located along the west property line at 2685 Jerome Road. This is located in District 5.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Before I move into that case, because I believe that's going to be the only hearing that we have tonight, I passed around to you a memorandum that is a council communication that I'm going to begin to distribute on the second meeting of every month. This communication is intended to come to you prior to our CZIM meetings that we have, which take place on the first Monday of each month, to let you know the upcoming cases that we have. I want to remind you that our CZIM meetings beginning in February will now take place in person here at our City Hall location. Those meetings had been being held virtually, but now that we are here back in person at City Hall, we're going to start holding those CZIMs in person. We still will broadcast them via our YouTube channel for the presentation themselves, but citizens can appear at the CZIM meeting and interact with the developers and ask them questions as those CZIMs, which stands for Community Zoning Information Meeting, by the way, as those meetings were, I believe, originally intended to occur. So we're asking those citizens Mondays, the first Monday of the month, 6 p.m., if you'd like to participate in the CZIM meeting, please appear here at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and you can find the agendas for those CZIMs on our website. All of these cases on this memorandum that I passed out to you are not on our upcoming CZIM, but I did want to go back and capture some of the previous cases that we've had that I did not previously capture for this first communication. They are separated by districts. What we have also captured here is the location, time, and time of the public participation meetings, as well as the number of addresses that have been identified in the 1 mile radius for each of these properties, and that should let you know the number of postcards that would have gone out for each of these public participation meetings. So the purpose of this is to give you a little bit more information about each of these cases and the information that your constituents should be receiving. You will also be receiving this via email. So if you have any questions about this, please let me know. All right, case M24-013, 2685 Jerome Road. This is a modification request for relief from condition 3C for zoning case 2006Z-0034 to provide a 50-foot setback measured from the outside limit of the 20-foot landscape strip on the detention pond located at the west property line in the CUP, Community Unit Plan, Old National Highway Overlay District. Staff recommendation is approval. This case has a bit of an interesting history. I'll allow the applicant to explain it to you, but staff has looked at these detention ponds and determined that they did not cause a threat to the water retention or detention in this community, and we have recommended approval.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. I do see that the applicant or representative for the applicant is here. Mr. Clerk, did we have any speakers in support or opposition?
It appears we have the applicant here. We did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition, and I would like to let staff know to pull up the presentation, please.
All right. First, Ms. McCauley, welcome back to our building. You can see we've made some changes since you worked here many years ago.
Beautiful, beautiful space. This is my presentation.
Okay, this is your presentation. All right. Would you just start with stating your name and address, and you all have 10 minutes.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle McCauley. I'm with Gaskins LaCroix. We're located at 3475 Corporate Way in Duluth, Georgia. It's my pleasure to be before you this evening. I'm here on behalf of our client, D.R. Horton. If we go to the next slide, please. As Mr. McClendon said, this is a zoning modification for a rezoning that took place on this property back in 2006 for a setback that was on the west property line. Next slide. First, just to let you know where this property is, shown here with the star. This property is to the north side of Jerome Road. It is west of Old National Highway and east of Long Meadow Lane. It's approximately 31 acres. If you go to the next slide. This is the zoning map. The property is zoned CUP. You see the frontage there is on Jerome Road. There is a emergency access only access point on Old National Highway. Next slide, please. So as Mr. McClendon highlighted, this does have a little bit of history on this project. The property was zoned back in 2006 for 120 single-family homes. The property sat vacant for all that time up until May of 2022, when the previous owner requested a land disturbance permit. That was reviewed and approved by staff back in May of 22 for 86 homes. So there was a reduction in the number of homes at that time. D.R. Horton, who is our client, purchased the property with the land disturbance permit and began development of the construction of water, sewer, roads, things of that nature, and submitted a plat for the community back in June of last year for 83 homes. As we were going through that final plat process, we were made aware by planning staff that there was a zoning condition back from the 2006 case that we were not going to be able to meet. We started conversations at that time with staff, and it was determined the method to go forward was a zoning modification that was applied for back in November of, that's the wrong date, November of last year. We sent out postcards, we posted the sign, we had a community meeting. We had 3 members of the community that lived just to the west off Long Meadow Lane attend that meeting. If you go to the next slide. So apologies for the quality of this. This is the site plan from the 2006 zoning case that showed 120 homes. At that point, there was 1 detention pond on the property. It's there circled in red. If you'll go to the next slide. This is the site plan. It is now for 83 homes. Instead of just being 1 detention pond, there are now 4 detention ponds on the property. The result of the lot loss is really from engineering from the time of 2006 when it was first zoned. Then you go through, you hire civil engineers, and they design and they meet city and Georgia soil and water standards. So there are now 5 ponds on the property. The 2 ponds that do not meet the standard for the zoning condition are there highlighted in red. All of these ponds are in place. They're installed. They're stabilized. They've met all city standards. They were not aware of the zoning condition until after the fact. So they're there now. If you go to the next slide. This is a graphic showing the 2 detention ponds that abut the property there to the west. We agree with staff's recommendation of approval and ask for your approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, seeing no speakers in opposition, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open. I'm sorry, there is a speaker in opposition. There are several. The clerk said that you all didn't fill out comment cards, but please come on down. What is the balance of time on Ms. McCauley's clock, Mr. Clerk?
6:47.
All right, you'll have 6 minutes and 47 seconds for rebuttal. If we have speakers in opposition, you all can come forward now. Come on down. You all will have 10 minutes in total, so please be mindful of the clock, which you should see on the screens. Will they see the clock anywhere, Mr. Clerk, on one of these? All right. Yes, please make sure that you reserve some time for the speakers that are coming from behind you, and please begin by stating your name and address.
My name is Brenda Cooper. I reside at 5525 Long Meadow Lane, and I attended the Zoom call provided by Ms. McCauley, along with several other of my neighbors. We did have concern with the pond, especially the one that encroaches, that they don't have enough room to make the 50-foot buffer. We had questions as to the addition of that particular pond, as well as the other one that doesn't meet the 50-foot requirements, as to why the ponds are needed, and if so needed, and we understand, according to them, that they didn't know about the 50-foot, that it was when they made the plan to put the pond there, I'm assuming. So why can they not? Because the pond encroaches so much, instead of the 50-foot, it's only going to leave between 8 to 14 feet from the property line. And so it encroaches a great deal into the property, the homeowners that are along that property line. So there's a concern there that the encroachment is too much to, once, I understand they already built it, but why, is it possible for them to move it so that it doesn't encroach on the property, as opposed to getting a variance, which would seem to be the easiest for them, but of great concern for the homeowners, because everything that runs down through there, there's a stormwater system that stream that's supposed to run, that does run down through there. But to my knowledge, as to a couple of homeowners that backs up to their property, there's already a problem with that stormwater drain, that storm area not draining properly as it is. And it seems to be that it's clogged, and they attempted to, before, to call city council to have someone come out to check it out to see why it's not flowing properly as it is. So that is an old problem that never was addressed before they started building their development. So there's a problem, there's already concern there that the water's already not flowing right. If they put a retention pond there, okay, that drains into, to my knowledge, understanding, that's supposed to drain into the stormwater, they somehow work together. And so there's a problem with that, with water overflowing, okay, with flooding and water overflowing into the neighborhood. So we had a concern about that especially. And is it possible for them to put that pond somewhere else? So, because they don't have the room to put it there, as opposed to 50 feet. Now there's only 8 feet when out the, my property line, it's only 8 feet, as opposed to 50 feet from that particular body of water. And the other one, the bigger one, it doesn't encroach as much to the property owners there. It's more like between 32 feet or something like that, I think, as opposed to the 50 feet, but still not enough room. But this particular one, that small one, which pond is it, number one, okay, it's only leaving 8 to 10 feet. So that's a concern of ours.
All right,
Thank you.
My name is Charlene Moore, and I have one of the houses that's being affected by it.
Give us your address, I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Your address.
2720 West Fort Court.
Thank you.
And there's a drain, a storm drain on the side that doesn't have an outlet. So it's supposed to run into one of the ponds that's washing away my land. I have been down to this office several times trying to get some help over the last year and a half. I called the city of Atlanta. They told me to come back to South Fulton. And I've had 3 people to come out and look, and nobody has done anything. So I think some of these issues need to be addressed before we move forward with everything is okay. No, everything is not okay. The homeowner next to me, on both sides of me, are being affected by this. The land is being washed away. Water is constantly running, and it's going nowhere because it's blocked. So we need some help. And we need the issues addressed. Please, sir, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in opposition? All right, seeing and hearing none, Ms. McCauley, you do have 6 minutes and 47 seconds.
Great, thank you so much. Corey, if you would bring up the slide presentation again. I'm going to show you both ponds, and I should mention that both of these ponds, the city requirements for detention ponds.
Excuse me 1 second. Would you please bring up the presentation?
This is good. I don't know if y'all can see that. So these are the two ponds that are in question. Pond number 1, which is screen left, and pond number 3, screen right. So the ponds that we were just talking about being closest. So first of all, detention ponds in the city of South Fulton require a 10-foot access easement around them. These ponds have that. The ponds also require a 20-foot landscape strip around them, exterior to the access easement. These ponds meet these standards. So these ponds meet the city's requirements for stormwater detention. The question came about, or what happened in this case, is there was a zoning condition that required that these ponds, the landscape strip, be an additional 50 feet from the property line. So where we are at the closest is at pond number 1, and the closest distance from the landscape strip to the exterior property line is 10.46 feet. At pond number 3, we're roughly 43 and 39 feet from that property line. Pond number 1, the infrastructure is in place, the street is in place. If we were to try to move this pond, we would have to remove all of that infrastructure. These ponds were approved as part of a construction documents that were submitted to the city and reviewed. The current applicant started building these ponds and built them according to the plans. So having to make a change would be a hardship to the community. Ms. Moore and Ms. Cooper were part, at least Ms. Cooper was a part of the meeting. I'm not sure the blockage that she's talking about, if that's off this property or a part of it. I can tell you that there are 5 ponds on this project because that's the stormwater requirements that the city has established since 2006. All these ponds will detain water temporarily and then slowly release them into the stream. I'm not aware of any clogs that the property owners, but we are happy to look at that. If it's offside of our property, then we obviously don't have the ability to fix that. But if that is something within the bounds of this property, absolutely, D.R. Horton will look at that. And then I'll leave it at that. Any other questions?
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. You might want to stay up there. I'm going to open this up for council questions and comments. Beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Keough.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Thank you to the residents of District 5 that came out to speak up in regards to their opposition for this particular development. These are some questions I would like to ask our CDRA director. And it's mainly in regards to the approval, the staff approval recommendation. Wanted to just follow up because my concern is the storm drain blockage or any issues that are currently existing as it relates to the storm drain. I want to find out more information about that, because if that is a problem, that's definitely a concern for the residents as well as myself.
Yeah, we can certainly look into that. Now, I'm not aware of these particular detention ponds having anything to do with that. It sounds like that might be an issue that we generally have that issue around town in different places, and so and particularly in this area. So that might just be an issue that has been in place in that area. But we can certainly meet with the Public Works Department and see if we can find out if we can pinpoint the cause of that.
And thank you, because I don't want this to be a continued concern for the residents. I definitely want to speak, and as mentioned, I just sent over a message on the side for us to address this tomorrow.
Right.
Because the residents, their concerns are valid. And so what I don't want is to add an additional development and then it creates a larger problem for the residents and for the community. So I just wanted to ask if that had anything to do with the approval recommendation. And
Yeah,
thank you.
I think it's important to understand that I'm not an engineer, but I think it's important to understand that these ponds are there to mitigate that problem. And there are 5 of them on this site, and so hopefully that will, anytime you add more development to a community, that's going to add more water that has to go somewhere. But the reason why that we require that many detention ponds, retention ponds, and we have those types of requirements on them is so that that water has somewhere to go and that it dissipates at a rate that hopefully will not create that type of flooding. And so these ponds, as far as we know, the reason why we have recommended approval, these ponds are working the way that they are designed to work. We're not aware of any issues that they are causing, but we'll certainly look into that issue.
Okay, thank you for that clarification and answering that question. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was outside of this hearing, but it was a question from Mr. McClendon related to the memo. Can I ask it now?
I'm going to check with our parliamentarian about that, Madam
We
Attorney.
can wait till after if you want to.
Okay, I'm just asking.
All right.
Okay, I'll wait.
So-
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. All right. We will be voting on this on our February 11th meeting. Mr. Clerk, I believe that was our last item.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Oh, you are asking a question. Okay. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McClendon, in this memo, there is a case on Sonoya Road. I'm sorry. Yeah, a case on Sonoya Road. And it's my understanding that with these public participation meetings, that they are to take place in the vicinity where the project is located. Is that correct?
There's no specific rule that says that.
I thought I read that somewhere. Because with this particular public participation meeting, I don't know who suggested it to take place at Welcome All Park when this proposed development project is like near Sonoya, it's off of Sonoya Road, and it's a significant distance. And so I don't know where that suggestion came from, but I believe that it's gonna create an issue.
The developers determine where to have those public participation meetings. What I'll say is that this is the perfect time to have that conversation because on February 11th, we'll be having a public hearing on some proposed changes to our public participation rules that our department has proposed, that those have already gone before the Planning Commission, and Planning Commission did have some interesting takes on that already. And so I expect that to be another lively public hearing in front of you all. And so you'll have the ability to add any additions that you'd like to add to those public participation rules as well. So if you all want to add anything around the vicinity of where the developer has to hold that meeting, you have the opportunity to do so coming up in the next couple of weeks. And so that legislation should be in the portal if you want to go in and go ahead and suggest those changes.
Okay, because here in section 803.10, public participation plan and report requirements, in subsection B3, it says a target area for public participation should be determined by the applicant and the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Director at the time of the pre-application review. So I guess I'm really asking, it just doesn't make sense to me why that venue was chosen when it's so far away from this location.
The target area for the public participation, which we interpret to mean the target area for the people that we reach out to come to the meeting. So those people that receive the letters.
It's not. It's not close at all.
I understand what you're saying,
It creates
but we
a
can.
hardship for the people in that area. Even for me, it's just not it's far. So, but thank you, Mr. McClendon, for making that clarification. And with that, I yield.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pritchett. I totally agree. I was looking at the two participation meetings for the projects in District 1, and one is actually in Union City, and one is in Mapleton. Nothing could be further to Campbellton Road. And so what it might be beneficial, Mr. McClendon, is to get with each council person and maybe ask them for suggestions of places in the immediate area that would not be far. Maybe it's just a list, I don't know, that people can refer to. But this will be a hardship, and I can almost guarantee you nobody will be at those meetings, which is, I would have preferred them to have a virtual meeting. Yep. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, could you pull up the queue for me, please? Okay. I'm going to ask everyone to use the queue. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a real problem. And there was a case last year in District 4 where the meeting was held even without, my knowledge at the time, was scheduled for District 4 in the middle of the summer at Welcome All Park on the outside, where it was very, very hot. And in the end, I was accused of working as a developer to quiet the people's voice. And so this is the sort of thing that would happen if we, as a body, don't tighten this particular issue. Because yes, in some of our districts, we have very few places that we can meet. One of these cases on here, the folks are going to meet in Palmetto. It just happened that it's not that far from Fulton Road, so it's not that much of an inconvenience, right? But part of the reason why it has to be in the city of Palmetto is because we have very few options, even in District 4, to meet. So, but to the point that it's been made by my colleagues, I think we need to get on top of this, because it can be a way to stifle the people's voices. And so we need to make sure we address this and tighten this up. So I look forward to continue the discussion as we continue to tighten the whole process around these development, public participation in these meetings. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
I won't be long. Attorney McClendon just explained that this is in our, there's no requirement in the policy that requires these developers to have their development meeting within a certain mile radius of the development. And that is correct. It has happened to all of us, and it's been happening to all of us for a very long time. We have also told Attorney McClendon that people are not getting notified like they should. So he knows all of this stuff, and he said he's going to bring back a recommendation. And so I understand, we all have grievances, but it's not in our code. So this is what happens when we put all the power in the hands of developers and not try to think about residents. And our code is very development driven. And our residents has been speaking about this for a very long time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
I just want to point out that a few minutes ago, I read the code. What I read is what I read. It's in the code. It's the developer and it's Director McClendon that come up with the location. That's the current code, and we will be discussing what the new code should be. That's what I thought that I said. And I yield.
Right. Thank you. Madam Attorney, I know that you and your department are doing an extensive review of our codes, ordinances, resolutions, and policies to reconcile them in areas where they conflict. It is clear that you have your work cut out for you, and we are excited about the work that you are doing. So thank you for being here. All right, and with that, I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn, and I do want to ask if, in this motion to adjourn, if we want to take a few minutes for a bio break before we reconvene for our next meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about 40 minutes behind schedule, but we're going to start our 7 o'clock meeting in just a few minutes. The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn the alcohol license and zoning public hearing special meeting.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved 7-0. We are adjourned at 7:38 p.m.
All right, thank you. We will reconvene at 7:45. few things to the agenda at 4 o'clock, pushed us back a little, but we are ready to begin. Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry, are we going to start with the, you got it. All right, we have a little introduction video, but I think we're not going to play it tonight. All right, so I will call this meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is the roll call for the January 28th City Council regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
He won't let, present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
And the Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchard, District 7.
She is making her way in now.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum. Just want to remind those members to please sign into the system for this meeting.
All right, please show that Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard has joined us at 7:49. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Now we will have the invocation by the city chaplain, Ms. Joyce Armster.
Let us look to the Lord in prayer. Father God, in the precious name of Jesus, we thank you, Lord, for this day. Thank you for your tender mercies and your loving kindness. God, you have been so good, so kind, and so merciful. If it were not for you, where would we be? Father God, we are expecting greater this year. Lord, thank you for this new edifice. Lord, we thank you for all that you have done and all that you're going to do. But Father God, in the name of Jesus, help us to have more love, more compassion, and more patience with one another. Father God, you said in your word that we all come short of your glory. Now, Lord, help us this year that when one of us should fall down, that, Lord, we would pray together and strengthen until you restore that brother or that sister. Father God, you are not mocked. You said, whatsoever you sow, that shall you also reap. Now, Father God, a house divided cannot stand. So we're asking you right now, Lord, to bring us together in love. And we'll be forever so careful to always give you glory. We'll give you honor and we'll give you praise. And we're going to continue to pray until they come together and make the decisions that's best for the people. And we thank you for it right now. We count it done. Let us stand now and pledge to the flag.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, that brings us to public comment, but I believe Councilmember Gums.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gums.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. We wanted to add, make an amendment to the agenda to where there will be a discussion regarding P cards, procurement finance concerns, the action plan that the city is taking after council comments, which is section 5.
It has been properly moved and seconded. We did create a spot on the agenda for walk-on items. We, again, have had a 2-hour meeting to put together this agenda, and I would hope that we could go through the agenda that we put together. We walked on items at the 4 o'clock meeting, and that is why we are starting this meeting an hour late. So those are my comments. But it's been moved and seconded. We can take a vote in the queue if everybody is in the queue.
I just wanted to put on the record, I don't know if you wanted to do individual votes or take them all at once, but I did have 2 other items that needed to be added to the agenda for the council's consideration.
All right. And I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on with our queue. Can I see a pen? This isn't working. In the queue, I have Councilwoman Williams Brown. Is there anyone else? All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate that there's an agenda meeting and that time is spent putting together an agenda. But I think that it is also important to note that regardless of how much time is spent putting the agenda together, it is the prerogative of this body to approve the agenda, amend the agenda, to move things around on the agenda as we see fit. And I think that it does all of us a disservice to try to posture and make it seem as though we are doing something we do not have the power to do. When the reality is that when we look at the agenda, if we see that there are things that are missing, if there are things we want to add, if we want to reorder the entire agenda, we have the ability to do that. And so I think that it would just be a much more productive beginning to the meeting if we could just be mindful of the fact that we are a body of equals, that we do have the right to make changes as we see fit and deem necessary, and extraneous comments about us exercising our right to amend the agenda is not necessarily the most productive way to start a meeting. I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for that comment, Councilmember Williams Brown. And I would like to add that it would be most productive if you were to have conversations with your colleagues when you decide to remove their items off of the agenda and come to some consensus so they won't be blindsided when they see the agendas and notice the items that they have properly gone through the legislative process to place on the agenda have been arbitrarily removed off. I know oftentimes Ms. Subadan contacts us and let us know or ask, can we hold off items due to things not being ready? But for example, my dog policy that I had on the agenda was removed off of this agenda over a month ago. And it was supposed to come back, and I don't have a reason why it has not come back. So I just would ask that you be courteous to your colleagues and let them know when you decide to arbitrarily make the decision to remove items off of the agenda, or ask them, if you don't want things placed on the agenda at that time, would it be okay to place it on the agenda at a later time? Thank you for allowing me to speak. I yield.
I got to be honest with y'all. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. First, to be clear, we are not a body of equals. The mayor has a separate set of roles and responsibilities. The father of our city is here. There is an entire section for the mayor's roles and responsibilities, and one of them is to create the agenda and chair the meetings. I'm very uncomfortable chairing a meeting with agenda items that have not been vetted and discussed. As many people are asserting that I don't contact them, not a single person on this council has contacted me about the item on the agenda that is being walked on today. I do think that there is a lot of political posturing happening, which is why the news is here. I am so distressed and disappointed that the blackest city in the United States of America is heading into Black History Month with its all-black council tearing each other down, which is what is about to happen. Secondly, there is an agenda meeting that we had. It was 2 hours. It has been sent to everyone on this council. I will send it to anyone who would like to see it. I did not remove any items from the agenda. We have multiple agenda policies. One of them states that items that are going to be submitted to the agenda have to come within the Friday before our agenda meeting. While on our call, you can see this on the video, while on our call, we received texts and messages from council members demanding that items be added to the agenda that had not been vetted, that had not been sent to council before the Friday before the meeting. So I'm going to start with this dog policy that we've heard about that I am being blamed for arbitrarily removing from the agenda. Madam City Manager or Madam Attorney, would you like to talk about why the dog policy was removed? I did not remove it. Is that ready to be heard?
I'll speak to that. There were certain changes regarding the implementation of it, of who was going to do the training, that was just recently had. And so that was part of the reason why it wasn't on this agenda, is the enforcement piece of it. But as I mentioned to you before, personally, Councilwoman Willis will be on the next one.
Okay, so you did talk with the councilwoman about why that wasn't going to be on the agenda.
I didn't talk to her about why it was going to be on this agenda, but I did mention to her in a previous conversation that we did need to converse about implementing it, who would be the proper department to train the employees, since the Americans with Disability Act is directly affected by this.
Madam City Manager, do you have any other items that are not on this agenda that have been submitted to you because they have not been properly vetted by staff?
Potentially, I can't think of anything immediately. I think when we looked at the work session items, Corey, I think there was one item in there. I can't remember which one it was, but there was one item that wasn't quite ready that is not on the agenda.
All right. Thank you. Again, if people take time to watch the videos of our council agenda planning meetings, which I have made available to all of council, you will see that I removed no items from the agenda that were submitted the Friday before that meeting took place in accordance with one of our several policies. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
I was just ready to move it to the next agenda. I think we need to vote.
All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
It's still discussion.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, we remember there were a couple items that I wanted to put on the record and to know whether or not you wanted to take one vote. Can I sound those and then we can have them before the body?
Sure.
So the first item is a plat that needs to be added at the request of CDRA for Zahara Holdness and Jason Weaver, located at 8237 Rara Tree Road, located in District 4. My understanding this is time sensitive, as well as Councilmember Williams Brown wishes to add the following events for consideration. February 6, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Burdett Park, Lunch and Learn with Georgia Power. February 17th, Town Hall with City Manager and Code Enforcement, to be determined. February 22nd, monthly food distribution, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Creel Park. And then March 15th, St. Patrick Day Bingo, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. at Burdett Park. Those are the items I'm sorry. Oh.
All right, as it is the council's pleasure to place items on the agenda wherever they would like, Mr. Clerk, I would ask you to ask the people who've made these recommendations where they would like to have them appear on the agenda.
We've already given him our
Place.
All right, well then we will add all of the items to Roman numeral 9, except for the one that was expressly moved to be added right after council comments.
I'm in the queue, Mayor.
The chair recognizes the parliamentarian, Attorney Kelly. Someone has to release their mic.
I have concerns about adding things to the consent agenda. There's certain policies and procedures.
Oh, no, we're not adding anything to the consent agenda.
At Roman numeral number 9.
I'm sorry, Roman numeral 11.
Okay.
Sorry about that. All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Mayor, I really was going to let this go, but I can't continue to sit here and allow you to make it seem like we're the villains and you're the victim. Now, those cameras are in the back of the room, not because of us. We would love to come to a meeting and just go through this agenda and have a professional meeting and do the business of the people and go home. But it was you who want to sit around and call us the blackest city and say we want to tear each other down. We're not tearing you down. You took your black behind over to Africa for 20 days and didn't tell anybody. No, he called us a blacker city and that was disrespectful. We keep telling him that.
Mayor, please recognize my point of order. Mayor.
The chair recognizes the mayor pro tem for her point of order.
So my point of order is that we have a civility pledge. Everyone see this? This is on every council person's desk, okay? And I will read it as part of this point of order. The City of South Fulton civility pledge: the way we govern ourselves is often as important as the positions we take. Our collective decisions will be better when differing views have had the opportunity to be fully vetted and considered. All people have the right to be treated with respect, courtesy, and openness. We value all input. We commit to conduct ourselves at all times with civility and courtesy to each other. I, Linda Becker Pritchett, pledge to behave in this manner on this evening in this council meeting. And with that, I yield.
Thank you,
I
Councilwoman
have not
Pritchard.
yielded.
Your,
I
your,
understand.
Attorney Kelly, we've had a point of order. It has been acknowledged. What are my options for ruling on this point of order? Someone has to yield the mic.
You've acknowledged the point of order. It would go back to the speaker.
All right. Returning to Councilwoman Willis.
So let me rephrase what I said. You have made us appear to be the villain. And a part of the civility is to be respectful and not lie on your colleagues. And that's what you consistently do. We have asked you to stop with the terminology black, 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 black. It does not matter. You decided to go over to Africa for 20 days and not notify any of us on this thesis, not even your pro tem. We got back from the retreat and we were blindsided by all the commentary. And so now we are here to address this and let our residents know that that we are addressing the issues that were brought before us. The cameras are back there because of you, not us. So please stop making us appear that we are the villain. I am tired, frustrated, because this has been going on for 8 years.
Mr. Clerk, is there anyone else in the queue? All right, seeing and hearing none. Mr. Clerk, would you please pull up the queue?
Mayor Pro Tem Sebastian says he's in the queue, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am really disappointed. I was in the queue earlier, and I actually gave up my spot because I heard this comment about the mayor saying that that he sent us the recording of the planning meeting. So we have a lot of emails that fly around, and so I thought I actually missed something. And I sat here and I searched through the emails and I looked through. So, Mr. Mayor, if I'm wrong with this, I apologize now. But the email that I have in my inbox is dated January 28th, which I think is today, at 7:30 p.m. I do not have another email in my inbox. It's the first time I'm seeing this type of email with a recording from the agenda meeting. So, Mr. Mayor, you just sat here and you told this public and the world in front of these cameras that you sent these agenda recordings to us so we have enough time to review these recordings. And if you've, again, I said, if you've done it before, I apologize, but it's the first time I'm seeing this. As a matter of fact, almost the day I got on council, I've been complaining. We get these agendas on Friday, maybe sometimes Thursday. And we have to look at these agendas, get them out to the public, review them, and then ask questions, hopefully on Monday or Tuesday, with a rush towards the meeting on Tuesdays. Otherwise than that, this council, unless we have individual items that we're getting through the portal and the process, we do not know what is going on to the agenda. And so I'm going to say this again. And Councilmember Willis, I'm sorry, I think you're out of order. So I really think you owe the people an apology. But that's just me. But Mr. Mayor, I think you're out of order for constantly trying to make this council look like the villains. You literally just did it in front of everyone here. And I'm not sure what is the end game. Because you know what? All of us are not running for mayor. And that's like one of your excuses these days. Well, they running for, I see it in the media. Well, the people who are criticizing me, they're running for mayor. You know what? You're not going to answer to us in the final analysis. You're going to answer to the citizens of this great city. Because quite frankly, your actions, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, there's a reason why 5 council members back in 2023 decided we were going to take legal actions. It was not because of our behavior, not because we were running for mayor, but it's because of your actions, man. And I just beg you to find another path. You are making the people in this city's government suffer. Because we don't want to be here going through this. You know, I just want to show up. I said this from day one I was sworn in. Show up, do good work, and stay out the media. That's right. And that continues to be my motto. So, Mr. Mayor, I am sorry. You have just stood here and lied in front of the people on us, and you owe this council an apology. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the queue?
There's no one else in the queue.
All right, let's take this vote online.
Vote is open. That motion was approved unanimously as amended 7-0.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to public comments. We have received a few public comments. I will read the rules of public comment into the record. Some of the speakers, I believe, are speaking on items not on the agenda, but we'll read the rules for the public. Yeah. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comment should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state your name, residential or business address, the agenda item that you are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before city council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, as I call your name, please approach the podium and state your name, address, district, the item on the agenda which you are referencing. I have a Willetta Marshall. It appears you have an issue regarding tenants at a property. I don't know if that's on the agenda.
I'm sorry, this council has passed rules that do not allow people to speak about items that are not on the agenda, but I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Mayor, under the circumstances, you entertain a motion to suspend the rules. I move that we suspend the rules this evening to allow residents to speak.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have discussion? I am seeing discussion from Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Well, I was in the queue because I wanted to suggest the same thing. I hope that the rest of this meeting, we can recognize the queue and do things orderly. So with that being said, I'll call the question.
Let's take this vote. That's fine. Let's take this vote to suspend the rules.
Vote is open. Vote is closed. That item was approved 6-0.
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. This is my first time ever coming to a meeting, so thank you for granting me this time to speak. I'm concerned about the tenants who live at 2240 Krill Road. On January the 16th, 10 State Patrol cars were lined up outside the house and on my street. I saw the neighbor lifting his hands in the air, surrendering to authorities. Unlawful events have taken place by the renters, and I want to know how the property owner can be stopped from renting his property to criminals. During 2017 through 2018, a teenager murdered another teenager on the left side of my house, and he and his mom lived at 2240 Krill Road. In 2022, tenants were evicted for selling drugs, and they lived at 2240 Krill Road. How can I protest this matter, and what are my rights as a law-abiding resident at this point? How can the property owner get barred from renting in South Fulton? I was told that I would hear from Chief Meadows, but I have not heard from Chief Meadows as of today.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the next speakers.
Next speakers are Michael T. Williams, Marcus Carter, Patricia Wise, and Connie Robinson. Mr. Williams? Is there Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Okay. State your name, address, district, and item you're referencing. You have 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Michael T. Williams. Address 2869 Brookford Lane, Southwest Atlanta. And this is my first time attending a board meeting, well, a county meeting. And I just have 3 items that I'd like to address. It's not for debate. It's just my opinion as a taxpaying citizen here in South Fulton. Number 1, my displeasure of AutoZone being built in Santana Crossing. I remember when we built the Publix over there, the taxpaying citizens had the input about what we would like. That was side. I wasn't never approached or given information about the AutoZone being built. So that's just my opinion, and I just want to state that today. And I would like to see a halt of the construction of it, and it being brought back to the table so the taxpaying citizens can have an input on that decision of what will be built there. Number 2, traffic calming for South Fulton in a whole. We're doing a lot of development, and it's causing a lot of traffic and incidents and accidents, etc. So I would like to see a traffic calming agenda proposed so we can get this started, because traffic is very bad. And we are steady developing and more people is moving here. So I would like to see that balance, load balance, and start first where we do some traffic calming for the safety of all the citizens here. Number 3, the horrible potholes, sinkholes, and craters in the streets of South Fulton. I stay on Stonewall Tail Road, from the beginning of Stonewall Tail Road to the end of Stonewall Tail Road to Roosevelt Highway. Bad infrastructure on the streets. Bad infrastructure from the top of Stonewall Tail Road to Campbellton Road, passing Brittany Park, all the way. Oh,
I'm sorry, you reached your time.
Okay, sorry. But those are my 3 comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next is Marcus Carter.
Good evening, good evening. My name is Marcus Carter, live at 345 Lawrence Place. Reside in District 2 with Councilwoman Gumbs, as well as I also am president of the Cliftondale Community Club, Inc., which covers districts 2, 3, and 4. What I wanted to do is I come in peace, to mention that. But also, what I wanted to do is I'm going to defer the topic that I want to address, which is pertaining to feedback, community citizen feedback pertaining to the community center renovation part, and I'll follow that in email because there needs to be a balance of time for deferring for y'all and for the rest of my fellow citizens. I did want to acknowledge that we did receive part of a response from our city manager earlier, but we want to get some more clarity on other things, so I'm deferring to time. But I want to say, as a fellow community leader in my city and my broader Metro Atlanta area, I do acknowledge and realize the time, effort, frustration that you would go through, and sometimes underappreciation that others don't see what you do. So I want to mention that as well. But thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Patricia Wise.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Wise, Council 7322 Basalt Drive in the good old District 7. I'm up here again, as you guys know. A lot of attention on next door and the other sites, and I don't know. I've been through it all. Read them all, and I don't know what to say anymore. I just don't. I've got there's a lot of rumors out there. There's a lot of speculation, and you guys got to do better. You guys really got to do better. Channel 2's here, not because of us. It's not because of us. And I'm one of those people that, want to be heard. I'm just emotional like that. Just got to be heard, stand up for justice. I'm a soldier, toe the line, that kind of thing. But you guys have got to do better. And I'll just say one more thing. When I analyze all the texts and all the comments, somebody knew who went to Africa. Somebody knew. Okay, and I'm just going to say that to be real because it is what it is. Somebody is covering it up. Okay, and I know we heard the news and everything like that, and that's shameful. And I hope that the employee that went on the trip to Africa, I hope she's not on the payroll for those 20 days as well, because we'll have to do a little search and find that as well. But we're not, I hate to use the word stupid, but we're not, we could see through it. We could read between the lines. There's accountability that has to be made, and I don't know when or how it's going to be made and what else is going to come out of it, but I appreciate the information that we did receive, Helen, because that's what we're supposed to get. I think there's supposed to be transparency. We need to know what's going on, whether it's good or bad or ugly, especially the accountability. Somebody's got to stand up and put this to bed, or we're going to be on news all the time. We're going to be on the news. So you all are accountable. You all are. But I'm going to do, I don't know, what do they call it? do the ethics complaint. I'm gonna find out who the employee is. I'm gonna find out if she's on the clock. He or she is on the clock while she was in Africa, and somebody knew, somebody had to know. I know those who said that didn't, but somebody, I'm a soldier. I figure stuff out. It's like, but you know, the counting.
Ms. Wise?
Thank you.
That was your time.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And then last is Connie Robinson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City officials. Connie Robinson, 2805 Pondview Court, District 2. I wanted to talk about our budget and 9D. In our budget, there are thousands of dollars spent each year covering hundreds of events held throughout our city. Yet our biggest tax base is home ownership. And as we heard the first speaker say, she doesn't really know how to communicate or, you know, where's the educational information and advisement about how homeowners or residents of this city can best work, get information, be advised on steps they need to take to interact with the city. We used to have South Fulton University. We don't have that anymore. We need to get that back. Also, developers continue to build HOA communities, but we offer no informational or educational opportunities to help these communities be successful and thrive. The boards are made up of volunteers, with many that don't have a clue as to what's required other than owning a home. With that being said, we are hearing more and more from our legislators and even some of you to inquire, engage, and assess what can be done to improve our HOA communities and equip them with necessary tools, information, and awareness so that they can best serve our community and we have a better opportunity to thrive. Again, item 9D, in which Councilwoman Gumbs has identified as an HOA Expo, is listed for April 2025. We ask that you approve this event and allocate the necessary funding and resources to ensure its success. With that being said, we look forward to having more events to educate our residents on how to interact with our city so that we can become a better city on the rise and hopefully eliminate some of the tension that tends to come about, particularly as it relates with some of these meetings. We want to see more positivity and less of the negativity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Mr. Mayor, that completes speaker cards for this evening.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to council comments, Roman numeral 5.
All right, we're going to start in reverse order this evening, beginning with our Mayor Pro Tem, our 2025 Mayor Pro Tem, Linda B. Pritchett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for coming out tonight. Today I had the pleasure of sitting in on a meeting of the Arrow Youth Leadership Council International, and they were particularly impressive to me. They're a nonprofit organization that is announcing Play for Peace ATL, an anti-violence initiative and family peace festival in June 2025. It's an inspiring effort to promote peace, unity, and nonviolence. The Arrow Youth Leadership Council International and partner agencies are proud to announce their initiative and a dynamic series of monthly anti-violence events. And their next event will be Peace Day at the Capitol on February 13th, the day before Valentine's Day. I will definitely be going up there to support them. This is a council of young people, high school students, business leaders. I was there today with Mayor Teresa Thomas from Palmetto, Mayor Vince Williams, the mayor of Jonesboro. There are a lot of people that are invested in helping these young people promote peace. And so I encourage you all to get involved in that as well. On January the 30th, I will be hosting a public safety town hall meeting. This is in light of some of the recent shootings that have taken place on Old National Highway. People want to understand what is happening and best practices. Code enforcement has also decided that they wanted to join this meeting so that they can speak to people as well. So this is Thursday at 7 p.m. at our Economic Development Office. And on February the 3rd, I'm having a subsequent Public Safety Town Hall meeting at the Fairfield Inn at 6:30 p.m. And that's next week. The reason that we're having it in that area is because there's been some issues on the Oakley industrial area side of my district. Then on Saturday, February the 8th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., I am hosting the District 7 Shredding and Recycling Day at Tri-County Plaza, 7490 Old National Highway. And so I have information on social media, on our city's webpage about this. This is an opportunity for you to clear out your garage. People talk about wanting to shred documents, wanting to recycle things. This is a great opportunity to do this. So come out on that day. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no comments.
The chair recognizes District 5 Councilwoman Keosha Bell.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all of the residents in District 5 and other residents who attended the town hall meeting on last week and heard a lot of the new improvements that were provided as far as the sidewalks are coming within Old National Corridor. I know many residents have asked about this information well over 10 years now. And so I did have an opportunity to share this information about new projects. We even gave a tour around Burdette Park to show the new workout facility that is now open at Burdette Park for all of our residents, all of our community, and specifically for our senior citizens, because you have an opportunity to work out for free. And so we are promoting this entire month. In this entire quarter, we are promoting health and wellness initiatives. Again, our focus is better quality of life for all residents. And so we are adding new renovations and new things that are going to be at Burdette Park for all residents. So walking trails, soft turf, walking track. So we want to make sure that we promote that. And as we are currently in the first year of the new year, new you, again, we definitely want to encourage each and every one of you to go out to Burdette Park, experience the brand new cardio and fitness studio that is open. We opened that back in December. So please go out. We are promoting health and wellness as we grow together as a city on the rise. I'm super excited to announce and re-congratulate our entire Parks and Recreation Department. On Sunday, they received the Vision City Award, which was provided and an honor from the Georgia Municipal Association. And so I'm super excited because we are transforming our youth and our kids in this entire city. It's not about a specific district, but we do have the Transformative Workforce Development Initiatives through our Workforce Academy right at Burdette Park in District 5. And so again, at this time, I just want to send kudos out to our entire Parks and Recreation staff, to the directors, to Nard Turner, and the Assistant Director, Tony Jordan, for their wonderful, exceptional service with the Workforce Academy. We've graduated now over 70, and we're in the process of adding an additional trade that is free and open to our community. Just a reminder, we are scheduled to have a Soulful Senior Bingo that is scheduled at Burdette Park on Saturday, February the 8th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. There's no registration needed. We just encourage all of our seniors, or as I say, seasoned elite, to come out, spend this time together, meet your council person if you have not had an opportunity, and not only play bingo, but I know I've heard from many of our residents that you also like bid whiz. So this is going to be an afternoon of games. We will have some food for you, but wonderful prizes, and really just an opportunity to fellowship with our seasoned elite community right here within the city. As always, you do not have to be a resident in any specific district. We just ask that you come out if you are one of our seasoned elite or seniors and enjoy a wonderful afternoon and morning of games. Just to announce, we are doing also a collaboration with our Arlington Girl Scouts, which is an all-black Girl Scouts. They're housed at Burdett Park. They are working on their World Thinking Day, which is scheduled for which is scheduled for Saturday, February the 22nd from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., and that will be at Burdett Park. We want to encourage all of our residents to come out and really support these young ladies in all of their endeavors. We have some Gold Award winners that are part of this Girl Scout. So please come out, support them. They will be representing all countries, anywhere from Africa to Brazil to you name it. They're going to have different food choices and samplings for each and every one of our guests. So please come out and support our Girl Scouts that are housed right here in our community at Burdett Park. And that's all the announcements and comments I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to all the citizens that attended the virtual town hall this past Friday. It was a very impactful and informative meeting, and I just wanted to thank Representatives Lydia Glaze, Senator Rashawn Kemp, and Representative Robert Dawson for joining me in having a conversation about the role of state government and also how we are working together to make our lives better in the city of South Fulton. Also want to give a big shout out to the volunteers who came out and some staff to help us feed about 400 families on the 16th of January. Again, thank you very, very much. It was a tremendous day. There was lots of fellowship and we helped a lot of people. I'm going to ask you just to keep an eye out for a couple of events. On February 19th, we are partnering with the Pearls at Work Foundation, Inc. to hold a senior experience where we'll be talking to seniors about scamming and what they should and should not do online, or the calls that they may get and how to handle those things. One of the guest speakers going to be our very own Major Tamika Pritchett of our City of South Fulton Police Department, along with Ms. Eleanor Reese from the Fulton County government. So look out for that. Registration is going to open soon and will be through my newsletter. And finally, we're preparing already for the 4th annual Autism Fest that's going to be held at Wilkinson Mill Park from, I think it's 11 a.m. on April 19th. So again, this is going to be our 4th year holding this event out there at Wilkinson Mill Park in District 4. And thank you all.
All right, District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
I want to say thank you to all the engaged residents, especially, well, I'm not going to call your names. You know who you are. We found out a lot of this information because through an engaged residents. When we created the city, it was citizen-led. And we can only build and do this and be better and become a viable city through citizen support. And so we're asking residents to continue to be engaged, continue to hold us accountable. But when we try to hold each other accountable, I would ask that residents, you allow us to do that without attacking us. Because a lot of us tried to do something when we saw something. And we were told that we weren't working together, we weren't playing nice in the sandbox, and you were tired of seeing us fight each other. And we did exactly what you asked us to do, was hold each other accountable. We have filed lawsuits, we have voted no votes of confidence, we have submitted things to the higher authority, and we have been failed by the legal system, and we were bashed by residents. And so the problem continued to grow and grow and grow. And we're here again now. And if it weren't for that engaged resident who did the open record request and put information out, we would have continued to be in the dark. So continue to be engaged. You don't have to wait on this council to file an ethics complaint. It is in our charter. It is in the code. The state legislators put it there for you. If you see something and you don't think is right, you have a right to file an ethics complaint. You don't have to wait on this council. And it may be founded, it may not be founded. But what it does is raise the consciousness and let everybody know that you all are paying attention. So thank you, and continue to be engaged. Continue to do the open record requests. I encourage that. I personally don't have anything to hide. So you can request everything I've done over the past 8 years. I would like to invite you all to the inaugural Miss City of South Fulton pageant. It will kick off on March 1st. It will be a Friday and Saturday event. Friday, we will have the introduction of girls and a play, which will be A Road to Crowning Miss South Fulton. Let me tell you what the girls who will be participating, the candidates will receive. The Miss South Fulton candidates, the place candidates will receive $2,000 in scholarship each, totaling of $6,000. Teen candidates will receive $1,000 scholarships in each, totaling of $3,000. Category of completion scholarships, 4 category awards for both Miss and Teen, $150 each, totaling $1,200. Belles between the ages of 4 to 12 will receive $1,000 divided among 6 recipients, $1,000 scholarships. So any fundraising efforts or any money collected goes solely to scholarships for these young ladies. By participating in this pageant, they're learning how to present themselves. They're learning how to speak publicly. They're learning to serve their community because they have to do community service efforts. The city of South Fulton tax dollars are not going to any of these scholarships. We are raising this money through a nonprofit and through fundraisers. So I just wanted to dispel the rumors. This is a good thing. And I am happy and I appreciate Miss Deidre Brown and Dr. Lovey, who is a resident of the city of South Fulton, who brought this opportunity to me and work with me on this. And also Miss Kajara Anderson, who is also a resident of District 1. I would like to also encourage all to continue to engage so that you all will be a part of the new comprehensive development planning process. That is one of the most important documents of the city. So stay tuned for the next meeting. It was announced during the presentation of Sizemore, and we will be moving those meetings around. So please make sure that you are participating in those meetings. If you're not getting my newsletter is helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. What I have promised residents is that I will be transparent and honest. And I am very passionate as one of the many founding mothers of this city and also governing in the district where my husband was raised. I want the city to be great, and it will be great, but we cannot do it alone. We need you all to work with us to build this city and keep us accountable, each and every one of us, and the people who work here. And you may not like the way I do it, but if it's something that I feel that needs to be put out, I'm going to put out. Because when we try to handle things internally and we try to handle things amongst ourselves, it doesn't get handled. And I'm going to be honest with you. Some of us had to fight to get people to join us. So I am going to make another motion today. And it's going to either get voted up or down. But it's something that I feel that needs to be done to protect the taxpayers in this city. Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Carmelita Gomes.
Thank you for recognizing me, and thank you for those comments, Councilwoman. The city will be great, and I am looking forward to our next conversation so we can know what the next steps are. The first thing that I want to do is recognize Senator Rashawn Kemp and Dr. Kemp. They were actually featured on House Hunters this past weekend, and they showcased South Fulton in such a beautiful way. They actually had a big old party out in District 2, and we celebrated them, and it was just beautiful to see all of the residents come out and support them as well as their friends and family. But South Fulton was on primetime TV, so I was excited about that. Also, too, I want to give some special shout outs to our police department. I am a big fan of the Slow Your Roll campaign. I believe that we need to slow down and we need to continue to save lives in this city. And I am excited when I see our officers out there doing what we have legislated for them to do. So I do want to thank you all for that. Also, too, as you know, our big Senior Sweetheart Day party is coming up. It actually sold out in 2 days. I'm trying to convince my co-partner over here to see if we can open up some more room for some of the residents. But this is probably one of the hottest tickets in town. We're going to have lots of resources there for them to receive. We'll have some city services as well. Also, too, we'll have fun and food. We have a great band. If any of you all have been before, it has been phenomenal. I had a resident call me asking me what she should wear. Our theme is actually a day of opulence, or what did we say? Bling and I don't know. But anyway, they're actually calling the venue because they can't get any tickets. So we're really trying to figure it all out. And they're calling City Hall. Also, too, we will have a special performance. You know those ladies that like to do the fans? I think it's called trail riding or whatever. So I don't know if many of you are familiar with Gip from Goody Mob as well as Sky Watley. They will be actually doing a special performance in reference to the trail riding. So we're looking forward to that. And our seniors will actually have a good time. And lastly, resident Connie Robinson brought up something that has been very important. And she brought this to my attention. And we have heard a lot of people talk and chatter about HOA and reforming HOA and all of the things that we need to do. She and a couple of other residents, Jennifer Thompson, they're partnering together to bring resources to share across the city of how to strengthen HOAs and what you should do, do's and don'ts and those type of things. And I'm looking forward to that event that will be coming up in April. But this is not just the District 2 event. It is actually for the entire city. Actually, I think we're not even holding it in District 2. But this is something that I believe they will get a lot of resources and how you can work with your HOAs to get the things that you need. So thank you again. This is what we do. We bring events and ideas to your council member, get engaged, and we'll try to see if we can bring them to light. So again, I ask you all to continue to stay for our next session, learn a little bit more, continue to support us because we are doing the work. It may look like that, things are a little off, and they may be, but we are doing the work here in the city of South Fulton. So thank you for your patience and your time. Thank you.
All right. District 1, Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'm not going to rehash the senior day party. I think Councilwoman Gums covered that very thoroughly. But I did want to remind you that we have a town hall on sewer expansion on tomorrow evening at Sandtown Rec Center. I really want to encourage residents across the city to participate. If you are on septic and you have an interest in being on sewer, come find out the process to get your neighborhood on sewer. So we'll be doing that in partnership with Commissioner Marvin Arrington and the Fulton County Public Works Department because they oversee sewer. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Friends of the Trammell Crow Park. I started working out there pretty regularly this past year. And, they shared a lot of the things they like to see in the park. I want to thank the General Services Department. They just recently completed the renovations of the bathrooms at Trammell Crow Park. We had experienced some vandalism, but they look great and they've done an amazing job, as well as Parks and Rec with replacing some of the damaged workout equipment and also putting a sign to make sure that residents are safe when they're using the equipment. So thank you for that. I also want to thank all the residents from across the city who came out for the MLK Day cleanup in the business corridor along Cascade. Even though it was cold, 27 degrees, we had 62 volunteers who came and they stayed committed for 2.5 hours, and it was rigid temp, but they stayed the course. So I want to thank them for that. As well as we were able to do senior food distributions at the 3 senior apartment complexes in District 1, Anthem 1, 2, and QLS Villa. And a special thanks to our police department. While we have a long way to go on reducing crime, we did see a 36% decrease last year in crime in District 1. So we still need to work on larceny and larceny from vehicles, but we've come a very long way. So again, shout out to the City of South Fulton Police Department. And that concludes my remarks for today. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. The gentleman, I think Michael Williams, I don't know if he's still around, but I do want to just share this just for the edification of the public. I think the public often feels that in certain areas we have a stronger role than we actually do. When we deal with zoning, we deal with 3 things. What can go on there? Whether it's commercial, residential, industrial, or mixed-use development. The market dictates what goes there. We don't get to tell the property owner, you can't sell to a business. That would be discrimination. And so I just want to share that because we often get comments about that. They think we dictate it. We don't. We just can tell you what can go on the dirt. So I'm looking forward to the comprehensive plan, training sessions and things we have rolled out. I try to address that commentary on Nextdoor, but the more informed you are, the better you can participate. And that's why we often work to try to have a dialogue with developers. So I just wanted to share that information. But I hear you, but we don't have control over that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rao. Mayor Pro Tem is asked to make one additional announcement.
Yes, I would be remiss if I did not congratulate our colleague, Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, on receiving their Certificate of Achievement from the Georgia Municipal Association for receiving education above a certain level of credit hours. So congratulations to you, madam, for making sure that you learn to know what you're doing.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you pull that presentation up, please? I have just one slide this evening. Never has there been a better time to sign up for the mayor's newsletter and mobile alerts. Those who text the word news to 55444 will be receiving in the coming days my winter newsletter, which will have a full recounting of my international travels and economic development efforts, as well as an invitation to the relaunch of Mayor Mondays in our renovated mayor's office. Mayor Mondays is something that we do monthly, where anyone can get 20 minutes with the mayor for any topic of their choosing. So again, please text news to 55444 to sign up if you haven't already. Thank you so much. It is now 9 o'clock. Well, we're approaching 9 o'clock. This meeting began at 4 p.m. with a timed agenda. An approximated agenda to end at 9 o'clock. I do have a hard stop at 9 o'clock, so I will turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Linda Pritchett.
Good night, Mr. Mayor. And with that, Mr. Clerk, if you would read the next item.
Next item is an add-on item. It's the P card discussion and action plan regarding the purchasing card procurement and finance concerns.
Mr. Clerk, I thought that these items were.
It was added to the agenda during the meeting.
Okay, let's proceed. Can we use the queue if anyone wants to? Okay, Councilwoman Willis, will you release your microphone, please? Councilwoman Williams Brown, release your microphone.
Okay. All right. So we are actually about to have our city manager. I know there was a lot of questions and concerns in reference to the P cards. A lot of you all came up, made comments, and we've seen the rhetoric on next door as well. And you all wanted to know what we were doing. So we will have our city manager share the steps that the city has taken to address these matters as well. Prior to, if many of you weren't in here, the city council did take action. We have requested a forensic audit to be conducted on the mayor's P cards from October of 2023 to present day of now, January 28th, 2025. And then also too, we will be engaging in outside legal counsel to address ethics. But also there has been some steps that have been taken that our city manager and our city attorney will address. So I'm asking residents to please stay. These are the questions that you wanted answered, so we will like your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. The city is taking decisive steps to enhance the oversight and compliance and the operational efficiency of our P-card program. We have engaged and are in the process of engaging outside assistance, and in our 4 areas that are key are program evaluation, internal audit oversight of weekly audits of our current transactions and activities and monthly reports, policy enforcement, strengthen compliance measures, including progressive discipline and cost optimization. The engagement with Baker Tilly will look at our compliance, do an assessment of our compliance, and an assessment really of our program. We are spending a lot of money on P cards, and so it begs the question, are we getting the best bang for our buck? Are we ensuring that we're using contracts where we should? Do we have duplication of efforts on different P card holders? In my conversations with them, they believe our percentage of holders of P cards is not excessive. We have 57 P card holders. We have 600 employees. However, the historical trends associated with the dollar amounts, which have grown significantly, probably in the last 6 months, is worth taking a really hard look at. We're also engaging them to draft some standard operating procedures for staff. It is true that we passed a P card policy, but step-by-step SOPs for staff have been lacking, so we are going to ask them to draft that, and we're immediately starting to implement some more implement and strengthen controls over the program. We will be having a third party actually audit every single transaction. And we will do that for 90 days while we go through the process of hiring our own procurement compliance officer. We actually had made an offer to an applicant about a month ago. It did not pan out, and so we're starting the recruitment process. Some of you probably have seen that. We're 13 days into the recruitment, trying to hire somebody full-time to do this work. So that'll be our longer term strategy. But we are going to be enforcing, and we have already started to enforce, the 3-day requirement for transaction reconciliation, which is a requirement. One reminder will be sent, after which the P cards are being suspended for 30 days if the transactions are not reconciled. If that persists, there will be disciplinary action for cardholders who are employees. Failure to comply will result in revocation of the P card, and that has already started happening. The audit reports will be made available to myself, the CFO, the mayor and council, to demonstrate our compliance across the board with the program. So I recognize that there's been a lot of concern, and the concern is justified. And so we are taking a very proactive approach. Hopefully the public will not judge us to be too little too late. I know that this is an area where we could have done better. You know, we put the policy in place in September 2023. Everybody signed saying they were going to follow the policy. Everybody knew that we had a previous audit. We have a very detailed policy with a lot of information in it on what should be done and what shouldn't be done. Unfortunately for us, we trusted and we did not verify. And so that will be corrected going forward, and our policy will be across the board. Elected officials, employees, directors, myself, everybody will be held accountable to the policy. And we will be bringing policy adjustments back to this council where we deem it necessary. Some of the details that I've outlined are not in our policy. So for example, what happens after 3 days? So now we're putting it in writing. There will be an SOP that says after 3 days, your reconciliation is incomplete. You get one warning, and then your card is going to be suspended. And if that happens more than one time, your card will be revoked. And there'll be disciplinary action if you're an employee. So that is my plan. We've already contracted with 2 entities to get this rolling, and we expect to begin our kickoff next week. The other thing that I want to say is around the issues of transparency. We have challenges with our current financial system, broadcasting information from that system to our web. We actually hired OpenGov to help us with our budget process to make it more transparent, and they found it difficult to be able to pull information out of our current system and wanted a significant additional funding to provide interfaces. Well, we know that Edmunds is going away. We have purchased Tyler. That happened before my arrival. And so we are bringing on some resources to accelerate the transition to a new ERP That ERP will provide us with a lot more flexibility, a lot more capability, allow us to be more transparent, and we will endeavor to be able to put this information out so residents won't have to ask for an open record request. We'll be able to point them to our website, and all the information that they seek will be readily available. And I think that's a twofold advantage. I think it encourages better behavior when people are being watched, and I think it helps to build the public trust. So thank you for allowing me to present, and I'm subject to any of your questions.
Councilwoman Gums, are you in the queue or that was initially? Okay. Councilwoman Willis? Ms. Subadan, if you would release your microphone.
Yes, I would like to make a motion and give my reasons. I don't particularly have any questions for Ms. Subadan, but I do want to bring out that we do have current policies that are currently in place. For example, Ordinance 2023-007, which states that the City Council and Mayor staff is to report to the City Clerk, and it's supposed to have all of its administrative duties directed and provided by the city clerk. We also have a credit card policy, Res 2023-60, and I'm going to put all of these in my next newsletter. And some of the things that highlight in this purchasing policy, it gives a monthly limit for mayor and city council, and that monthly limit is $10,000. For the city manager, it is $25,000. But depending on whether or not it's a good or service, if we spend anywhere between 25,000 to 20, excuse me, if we spend anywhere over 25,000, 2,500 to 25,000, we are supposed to get those expenditures approved by the city manager. Also, in this policy, it lists a lot of things that are prohibited, and there are some things that we get leeway on because of the way we have to pay for some things. And so we also have a travel policy, which is Res 2023-61, and it speaks to how we're supposed to get per diems when we travel. It also speaks to any seat upgrades should be prohibited unless it's approved by the city manager. And most importantly, I just want to point out, we have our charter. And our charter is a document that governs the city, and it's state legislated. And that's where you will find our ethics policy. And it outlines how you can file an ethics complaint against any elected official or any employee that is associated with the city. And it also gives a lot of empower the city manager to pretty much be the CEO of this city. And so the city council only has 3 employees, and that's a city manager, that's a city attorney, and that is thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, 4 employees. That is our city manager, that is our city attorney, that is our clerk, and that is our chief judge. Outside of that, we don't have direction and control over anyone. And if we just follow the charter and the policies that we do have, we can stay out of trouble. And I'm going to leave it to that. And I am going to make a motion to have the mayor's local travel allowance reinstated. And I'm going to ask him to turn his electric vehicle back to the city. Here is why. Number one, we don't have a policy in place to say that role should have a car. We did it because we allowed the previous mayor to have a car to travel throughout the city. So for business purposes only, business purposes. There's no policy written policy. Now, I have asked Attorney Kelly to bring a policy back, and I have sent her some language to update the elected official policy so that we can put that language in that policy. However, that car is only supposed to be used for business purposes. And so I did see things for car washes, frequent car washes on that policy. We do not have a mechanism for electric vehicles to the charging of electric vehicles to be paid for outside of the premises of this city. There is, and if that Rose card has been suspended, which it has, then then what? And so also, we do not have in that policy that animals should not be in that car, and if animals are in that car, and I respect ADA and civil service, and damage the car, mess up the car, then the cleaning of that car the onus should be on the individual, not on the city. And so there has been a lot of charges for tidal wave car washes in that car, and we have a contract in the city to get our cars detailed. We don't have any policy saying, if the car is sold by an animal, the sole responsibility is on you, not the taxpayers. And the car has been seen in several instances where it has not been for business purposes. And so until we get a policy in place detailing how that car should be used and when it should be used, I would like to.
Your time is up.
Yes, I would like to make a motion. I'm making a motion.
Okay, so your time is up at this time, and I believe that you made a motion. You made a motion already.
I haven't.
You have.
Did I make a motion?
I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, you made a motion, and then you went into discussion on your own. So at this time, I've heard a motion. A second? Will you release your mic, ma'am?
Second.
Okay.
Does that go?
Point of order.
What is your point of order, ma'am?
I'm directing it to the city attorney. City attorney.
No. I'm the chair, and I hear the points of order.
Yes,
ma'am. I hear the point. Direct your point of order to me, please.
Is there any? Could you direct the city attorney to respond to? Is there any? Because you just said that I made a motion and went into discussion. Is that a violation?
I did not state that it was a violation. It's just not how we customarily. It's not it's a procedural thing. But either way, Attorney Kelly, will you release your mic so she can respond to you, please?
It's not a technical violation of Robert's rules, but customarily we do make a motion, wait for a second, and then go into discussion.
So it's not a violation.
No one said
Thank
it
you.
was a violation. Okay. So now that we have properly moved and seconded, discussion, Dr. Rao.
We just, I think at our last meeting, talked about the need to put an international policy in place, and we said it would be in place in 30 days. I do not feel comfortable, because people get, our process has been that the mayor has been able to get a car to fulfill his responsibilities. I don't think we should take his car. If we're going to amend the policy, that's fine, but I don't think we should do that, take action before we address the policy change. I just think that's, we're doing due process. We've already talked about, we refer. I think we need to keep that process separate. Let's adopt a policy. Maybe we didn't think of everything with electric car. At one point, we didn't even have a whole lot of electric charging vehicles in the city. Now we have a couple of them. And so I just think in fairness, we need to address the policy change and then subsequently decide whatever, if people want to move forward after that. But everybody knows we run around and drive a lot of places and get invited a lot of places. So I don't think that's reasonable.
Mr. Clerk, I can't see the queue.
It's not coming up, but Councilmember Willis is next in the queue.
Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me, and you just made my very point. We suspended all international travel because we do not have a policy. We suspended all international travel because we do not have a policy. So what I am asking that we suspend allowing that road to have a car until we have a policy. See, this is how we get here with egregious behavior and violations and residents not trusting us. We do things without policy and we do things without protocol. And so, again, on the statement, many residents brought to light, what are all these car washing charges for? So, my whole point is there is no policy in place and there has been some violations. And the car is only supposed to be used for business purposes across the city. And I did not say not to punish. What I asked is that the car allowance be reinstated. Each of us get a car allowance. Each of us get a car allowance for local mileage. All of us. I think it's about $400 a month. Well, it has to be about 300 because I know we increased it in the last raise. It was about $300 a month. All of us get that. What I ask is to reinstate the mayor's car allowance mileage back and then create a policy around the car. We can vote it up or down, but residents, when we see abuse, it's because we do things without policy and without protocol. We suspended international travel because you all saw what happened with international travel, and there was no policy. Now we are allowing infractions to occur, and there's no policy. So again, I said I'm going to make the motion. I made the motion. I got a second. And let's just, I'm sure when Mayor Pro Tem called for the vote, we can just vote it up or down.
Can you yield your microphone, please? Okay, and so we have Councilman Sebastian in the queue, and after him, Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem. I have a question. It appears as if a lot of the activities with the car, the charges, the cleaning, those are not supposed to be things that should be charged to the P card, right, Madam City Attorney?
There's nothing specific in the P card policy that says that you can't take it to a car wash. I think the concern was the excessive nature of it, especially since we have a contract with the city to get the cars cleaned.
Thank you. So technically it's not a violation, but it's just excessive. The reason I think why the mayor, and I heard him say this in a meeting, why he wanted to get a city vehicle is because in his very role as the mayor, he has to deal with the whole city, and he put a lot of miles on his car. I think it's a fair argument, but I come back to the point again of when is enough enough? I think we have to look at this again and strengthen the policy. I mean, I almost feel bad that it has come down to this, but I can tell you we've had some problems in terms of the use of the vehicles, and not just that one, right? And so I feel that still we need to tighten things and send a message that we're serious when we're saying we're going to hold each other accountable. I just think it's a little too much. And when you guys in the public are saying, why all these charges and so on and so forth, we have to hear that and we have to respond to it. So I'm sorry the mayor's not here, because he needed to be here to answer to some of these things, but again, he's not here. So I say all of that to say I'm struggling with how to vote here. But again, in the final analysis, we have to be good stewards of the people's money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it's safe to say that all of us have concerns about a lot of things, and want to see things happen, or we want to do things, take action. But I think that I would caution everybody to keep in mind that everyone is entitled to due process. And that is a statement of objectivity and not emotion. I may think something is excessive. I may feel down in my bones that something is excessive. But feelings and thoughts are not legal opinions that can be defended in a court of law. And I think that one of the things we have to do as policymakers is be deliberate about the way that we do things and deliberate about what we do, and ensure that we are not being reactionary when we should be being responsive. In my emotions, I agree 100% that I believe I'm seeing excessive car washes. What I don't have is receipts, documentation, facts, or answers from an investigative body. And one of the things I think I've been consistent about saying is we need to get an investigative report. And we have set all of those things in motion. I would really like for us to give the processes time to play out, give Baker Tilly time to do their work, come back to us with something that is defensible. Because if we act out of emotion and we are reactionary and we allow people to push us to do things because they're mad, that is how stuff gets thrown out of court. I would just ask that we take a step back, bring the temperature down several notches, and let the things that we have already put in place work before we do something that we may not be able to defend later on down the road. Madam Pro Tem, I yield.
So in the queue, we have Councilwoman Willis. And I believe you have spoken 2 times and you've made the motion. So, Mr. Clerk, can we vote?
There's a, there's a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Gums, to reinstate the mayor's travel allowance and remove his use of the electric vehicle. That's the motion on the table. The vote is open. Vote is closed. The motion fails 2-5.
Mr. Clerk, can you read the next item?
Next item is approval of city council meeting minutes. Request council approval of regular meeting minutes, January 14, 2025, work session minutes, January 14, 2025, and the alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, January 14, 2025.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the minutes as sounded.
Second. Seeing that was properly moved and seconded, any discussion? Mr. Clerk, can you call for the vote?
Vote is open. That motion was approved.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
We've already adopted the amendments to the agenda. Oh, okay. That's vote was 7-0 on the affirmative for Councilmember Willis. The next item is alcohol license rezoning variance and modification cases for a motion and vote. The first item, request council approval of a resolution, case M24-007, an application by Henry Bailey, care of Brazilian Wax Old National LLC, Christopher Gulmet, for a property located at 6385 Old National Highway, Unit 9, requesting a modification in C1, Old National Overlay District, to amend the zoning condition 1A of 2005 Z-126 to allow waxing and beauty salons. It's located in Council District 6. Staff recommends approval condition. The Planning Commission recommends denial. And I just want to note for the record, it says public hearing, but the public hearing has already been held.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve case M24-007 to amend zoning condition 1A to allow waxing beauty salons. I also move to approve case U24-015, which was deferred from the November 20, 2024 meeting.
Being properly moved in second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you open up the vote?
Vote is open. Vote is closed. Both of those items were approved unanimously, 7-0.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Brings us to the consent agenda, items A through D.
Can you sound the item?
Oh, you.
I'm sorry. My apology. Hey, I'm new. Give me a break here. Okay, help me out. Help me out here.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Being properly moved and second, is there any discussion? And being none, Mr. Clerk, will you open the vote?
I thought I voted. Oh.
The motion was approved 7-0.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
So that brings us to agenda items. That's Roman numeral 10A. First one is the General Services Department. Request council approval to award request for proposal 24-26, indefinite quantity construction contract. They aim to establish a group of indefinite quantity construction contracts that the city of South Fulton may access to complete repair, maintenance, renovations, and new construction projects at the competitively solicited prices. The contracts will also assist the department with the deferred maintenance of city facilities. Following 7 vendors, SoCo Contracting, Ujama Construction, Lefco Group, Synergy Development Partners, Benning Construction, Public Facilities and Services, and prime contractors may be awarded up to $3 million annually. The contracts will be for 3 years with 2 one-year extension options. Funding for these contracts will come from the approved operating and capital improvement budgets for fiscal year 2025 through FY 2029. However, the city does not guarantee work assignments or annual spending for any contract. The selected vendors represent the top 7 rated respondents out of 15, achieving 85% or higher evaluation scores. General Services aim to have 10 standby contracts available, and 3 standby contractors are already engaged through a piggyback contract in support of the city of South Fulton.
I will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the General Services Department request council's approval to award request for proposal 24-26 indefinite quantity construction contract aims to establish a group of indefinite quantity construction contracts that the city of South Fulton may access to complete repair, maintenance, renovations, and construction projects at competitively solicited prices. I would also like to approve the General Service Department requests council's approval to amend the construction contract GA-A 07-04 0820-PAR with Parani Real Estate LLC for Fire Station Number 6 located at 6720 Cedar Grove Road. This amendment includes additional work totaling $650,000, which consists of all of the following. The original contract was dated October the 13th, 2023, was valued at $1,996,000. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, it's late. With the request amendment of $650,000, the revised contract total will be $2,646,701. Wait.
Councilwoman Gums, sorry to let you know, Councilwoman Bell second the first item that you read. You removed your second?
Yes. Please remove your second.
Okay.
All right, and the last one is the Public Works Department is requesting the City Council's approval for the piggyback of the term contract pursuant to a state contract 999-001 SPD 0000177-0009. Tractors, mowers, and earth moving equipment with Environmental Product Group Incorporated in the City of South Fulton, authorizing to purchase 2 Madvac LS 175 mini street sweepers and 2 regenerative air sweepers. The total cost not to exceed $1,057,258. Thank you.
Now that it's properly moved and second, discussion, Councilman Sebastian, if Councilwoman Rao will yield her microphone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I do have a question for staff on number 3. Look like we're acquiring more street sweepers, which is great. Does this mean we are changing our current policy as to what streets we sweep, or we're just putting more resources into the same areas? Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll get it. So we're doing a little bit of both. We really want to increase the frequency, on the streets that we do currently sweep, particularly as it relates to stormwater issues. And we want to have some additional capacity when there's a particular issue on a street and we need to sweep it, maybe it's outside of our current program. We also didn't order any spares when we did the initial program. So if a street sweeper goes down, it means we miss routes. So this allows us to have more capability, increase our frequency, and also have some backup capability in case a unit goes down.
I yield, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? Seeing none further, Mr. Clerk, if you can open the vote.
So the motion was to approve items 10A1, 2, and 3. The vote is open. That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, please read the next item.
Brings us to administration. First item is request council approval of an amended professional service agreement between Crown with the Purpose Incorporated and the City of South Fulton.
I will entertain a motion.
I would like to move that we approve Measure 1 with discussion. Oh, it's no discussion. I just wanted, do y'all want me to explain? Are y'all, okay, okay. Okay, wait a minute, but then I'm not finished then. I want to request for approval of Measure 1, request for approval of amended professional service agreement with Crown with a Purpose, as well as number 2, request council approval of a professional service agreement between A Touch of Joy LLC and the City of South Fulton, as well as number 3, request council approval professional service agreement between TK Productions and the City of South Fulton. And, okay, as well as second read and request for council approval of an ordinance to replace Title 16 alcoholic beverages of the Code of Ordinance for the City of South Fulton, Georgia in its entirety. As well as number 5, request for council approval and resolution to amend Res 2023 to modify provisions providing administrative clarity regulating events to add, delete, add, modify definitions related to the same.
Your microphone. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, can I see the cue, please? Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Okay, before we vote on all of these, Madam City Attorney, is everything about this pageant in front of us? Please, dear God, do we have all the information about all the events? Because I'm a vent a spleen if we have to come back at the next meeting and vote on this for a 4th time. Is this it? Is this it?
I will tell you, as I have told Councilman Willis, that no one in this city will be happier than me on February 2nd because I don't want to see this no more, okay? The one adjustment or amendment I would make is number 3. The agreement is actually between Crown with Purpose and not TK Productions. Crown with Purpose is actually the one putting on the play. So that's specifically what number 3 is. But as far as I know, this is it. I don't want to talk about this no more. I'm sure y'all don't want to talk about it anymore. So, yeah.
Councilwoman Bell.
All right.
Your mic.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing me, MPT. This question is in regards to numbers 4. as it relates to city events. And I know we mentioned that and spoke about that on I think a few months ago, regarding our events as it relates to alcoholic beverages.
So we're taking a systematic step-by-step approach to that issue. Step one is amending the alcohol beverages title. A number of the changes were in response to some of the litigation that we've had, not necessarily things that we lost on, but things that I believed and outside counsel believed that we could do better. So that's mainly the focus of this second read and this change in the ordinance, is the things that we can do better in the way that we govern alcoholic beverages in general. What you're speaking to is in the queue. We're working on it, but what we didn't want to do is then have to go back and make small changes to the alcohol ordinance again. So this is our systematic approach to get there.
Follow-up question. When should we expect to receive the additional amended document or policy as it relates to alcoholic beverages?
So my aim is to get it end of February, beginning of March. So that's where we're aiming to. There's going to be some adjustments we're going to have to make in some of the forms related to Title 16. And so I want to leave room to do that before we turn our attention there.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please unlock the vote.
The vote is open. This is approval of 10B 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
I don't see it on my screen. I did. I don't see it on my screen. It's there now.
Okay. Those motions were approved unanimously. All 5 items were approved, 7-0.
Mr. Clerk, please read the next item if there is any.
That brings us to the add-on items. First item is a plat added by Councilmember Sebastian at 8237 Tree Road. And we also had we had 4 District 6 events that were added as well for approval.
I entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve as sounded.
Being properly moved and second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please unlock the vote. Can you please, yeah, thank you.
Vote is open. Did yours show up? Oh,
I voted.
okay. Those add-on items, the plat and the District 6 events were approved unanimously, 7-0.
Councilwoman Gums would like to be recognized. Mr. Clerk, please yell. Microphone.
Oh, I was just going to ask, can we go into executive session?
I will entertain. Wait a minute. Councilwoman Gums has the microphone. What say ye?
Withdraw your motion, please.
You don't have the mic. Williams Brown, withdraw your mic.
I withdraw my motion.
I move to adjourn.
Being moved and properly second. Any discussion? Can we take this vote by a show of surrender hands? I surrender.
I record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 9:46 p.m. Have a good
night.
evening.